30s Germany, the Nazis were trying to establish the rules of inheritance so that you could determine who was pure German, Aryan, and who was Jewish. And they looked at the one-drop rule, they looked at the American framework for it and decided that it was too strict.
It's not going to come as a surprise to any of you that I spend more time than is psychologically healthy trying to argue with racists. But what even are we talking about when we talk about race? How did certain clusters of physical features, skin color, hair color, and texture become the basis of how we categorize the human species? Race science is making a screaming comeback. The idea that race purity is under threat and must be violently defended is gaining momentum. So, how are we to fight back against the return of race science? I'm delighted to be joined by Dr. Adam Rutherford, geneticist, author, broadcaster, and all-round science popularizer. He's an academic. academic at UCL, co-presenter of The Curious Cases of Rutherford and Fry on BBC Radio 4, and the author of How to Argue with a Racist. His new book, Control, The Dark History and Troubling Present of Eugenics, is out next week, and we discussed Churchill and his enthusiasm for breeding a more superior race, Brazil's disappearing donkey, and the racism of Richard Dawkins. Okay, so have you ever done a 23andMe ancestry testing?
I have. In fact, I've done several.
Why? What was there left to learn?
Well, for professional reasons more than anything. So I
really want to be Viking descended.
Yeah, well, I am, because everyone is. It wasn't a surprise to the results, because they came back with 51% from Southeast Asia, and 50% or 49% from North East England. And this wasn't a surprise because my dad is from Newcastle and my birth mother is from India via Guyana. So that wasn't a surprise. But there were interesting things within it. And it was mostly from a sort of professional point of view. I was trying to understand what the process was and why people are so attracted to these, why this is the single biggest way that people in the West engage with genetics today.
I mean, did you feel any kind of emotional pull when you were doing it, or was it purely dispassionate and professional curiosity?
I'd be lying if I didn't enjoy getting those results, and I still get updates from them, because once you're in the system, they keep updating it as the databases change. And when they send an email saying you've got a new match, I click on it, look at it, and go, yes, a fourth cousin. You know, there's 10,000 of them already. It's not that interesting. But then there are little details which are of just more than trivial interest for me. So, for example, my biological mother was born in Guyana, and we know not that much about her ancestry because she's two generations from indentured slaves from India, and we don't really know anything about them because the indentured.
And do you know which part of India?
No. No, but we now have some identification of so it's not very precise, because the resolution of those maps is determined by the people in the paying database. And, you know, what a surprise that the density of that resolution for America and England and wealthy Europe is very, very high resolution. And for India, it's a big amorphous blob. But it was the Mumbai region.
I mean, so one of the things which I found so interesting about your book, and I approached it as a total non-scientist, right? I dropped all of the STEM subjects immediately after GCSE. I'm so sorry to upset you.
No, not at all. Not at all. I didn't do biology A level, and I wasn't very good at.
And they let
GCSE.
you train to be a doctor.
Yeah, chemistry and physics are more important. And I sort of winged it as well because I was good at Latin. And you can get away with a lot in medicine and science if you're good at Latin.
So you were studying to be a doctor and you were like, I don't know if this patient is animal, vegetable or mineral, but we're going in anyway.
Well, fortunately, I switched to straight science before I met a patient.
Well, I think we're going to get into what that switch was and why in just a second. But just to end my confession, I did English literature, arts and humanities all the way, because I was like, I can spend thousands of pounds getting myself into debt thinking about the thoughts and motivations of imaginary people. That's a great financial choice. But I read this book, and one is that it opened up a world of complexity to me when I'd maybe thought about genetics and DNA as I guess a ruthless simplifier of the human condition. I was like, well, we're all laid bare in genetics. And one of the things you were saying is that, well, no, the practice of genetics, the study of genetics and what the data is showing you is human history at every level. So to hear you say that, well, what we can learn about ourselves is shaped by economics, geoeconomics, where wealth is concentrated. Great in the world is
Much
another
better.
kind of peeling away of, I guess, the very romantic idea that I had of what genetics can tell us.
Well, it's really great that you say that. It's really interesting you say that as well, because I think the biggest challenge in being both a professional scientist and a science communicator is that it's persuading people that the way we teach it or what you think you know about a subject is not actually what we think is true. And we do it in various ways because, you know, in physics, things are very non-experiential. So Brian Cox can point at the planets and say that there's a black hole 13 billion light years away over there.
And I have to take his word for it.
You do, because we don't know, right? We don't know. That is based on real observations, and it probably is true. But it's non-experiential. Or you can say, you know, quantum physics, this table is made of subatomic particles which exist in multiple states at the same time, depending on which way they are spinning. And we can touch it, and it feels real, but I can tell you that what just happened only happened in your head, right? So it's non-experiential. But genetics is the study of families and sex and history, and everyone, without question, is part of that story. And so the preconceptions that come with genetics are not 100 years old, they're 10,000 years old, because we've been preoccupied with what people look like and how people behave and where your parents are from for the entirety of human history. And it's only in the last 50 years, but really 20 or even 10 years, that the academic study of genetics has begun to overturn the things that we thought were true. So, I mean, this is special pleading.
Mm-hmm.
All scientists think that their subject is the least well represented in the media.
It's like a persecution complex.
Yeah, but I think mine is definitely the least well represented. You know, even the simplification idea is absolutely crucial to this, that we simplify to teach genetics and actually therefore miss most of what's interesting about humans, which is complexity.
Well, hearing you describe genetics as the study of sex, family, and history, that seems perhaps more than a little bit influenced by the fact that your father was a psychologist. I mean, that was just pure Freud. I mean, do you think that has had an impact on your interest in the study of genetics as the point where science and social construct interact?
Are you charging £300 an hour for this?
Yeah, but the chaise longue is going to be brought in at any minute.
Well, the interesting thing about so my dad definitely inculcated a love of science, but he was definitely not a Freudian. And when he retired, he did say to me, before we started recording, we were talking about The Simpsons. Mm. He said a line in his retirement speech, which is actually from The Simpsons, which is, when you're right 51% of the time, you're wrong 49% of the time. And I think that's a nice assessment of the successes and failures of psychology as an academic discipline. So the love of science comes from him. I think in answer to the question, I don't think most people go into genetics as undergraduates wanting to engage with the social history of humankind or human evolution or human social history. You know, we're just dorks. You know, I'm really interested in DNA and how that stuff works. But there comes a point, I think, if you keep going, where you can't ignore it. In my trajectory, it's partly because the history of my field is incredibly pernicious. In 2 dimensions, evolution and biology are rooted in colonial expansion and racism. I argue, and I'm not the only person saying this, that biology emerges in service of European expansion, the political ideologies of empire. And more specifically, genetics emerges out of the political ideology of eugenics in the 19th century. So I think, you know, most geneticists, most working geneticists, people in labs all around the world, either don't know that or aren't that interested in it because there's a lot of work to be done.
Well, you teach at UCL. Did you study there as well?
I did. Weirdly and slightly depressingly, I teach the course that I was an undergraduate on.
Oh man, you were like first as tragedy and then as farce.
Yeah, Hotel California.
I mean, I also went to UCL. I was in the English department, and many of my lectures, particularly for Chaucer and for Romantics, were in the Francis Galton Lecture Theatre. And when you go to a Russell Group University or, Oxford or Cambridge, you're surrounded by the names of people who you never really think about, right? I don't think about, okay, so who was Sir John Sloan? I don't think about who was Francis Galton. And it's only after I left that I was, reading about eugenics, and then up pops this guy's name, and I go, what the fuck? So what was it like for you to be surrounded by the history of eugenics, both as a student and as an academic? And was that something which kicked off your interest in the relationship between the study of genetics and the history of eugenics?
Honestly, no. Eventually, yes. But as an undergraduate, also in the Galton Lecture Theatre, it was very normalised. This conversation was very normalised very early on. So I was an undergraduate I was a first year in 1994, 5, something like that. And in the Introduction to Evolution, the Introduction to Genetics courses, there, sort of week 2 is the history of eugenics and the introduction to Francis Galton and those type of people. And so it was right there at the base of my academic and intellectual progress in genetics. Only recently have I discovered how abnormal that is. And it's abnormal because it happened at UCL. And Galton, I was in the Galton laboratory, being taught in the Galton Lecture Theatre. Galton founded what eventually became the genetics department, of which I am now a member, a lecturer. And it will never not amuse me that my salary is paid by Francis Galton. Because he left a large financial legacy, which funded various things and was basically a sort of slush fund for almost a century. There was a eugenics inquiry in 2018, which finished in 2020, just before lockdown. And one of the outcomes of that was the redistribution of this money, which went to creating new fellowships and supporting various anti-racism projects at UCL.
So not buying new skull measuring calipers.
No. Well, I have a budget for that if I go in that direction. No. But they also redistributed to create a new lectureship, which is my position, which is genetics in society.
So for the uninitiated viewer, what is eugenics and how did it come about?
So the way I frame eugenics is that it's a way of thinking that it predates the existence of the word and Francis Galton by several thousand years. So it's the idea that you can shape or mold society for the better by selective breeding, by pairing people who you think have desirable qualities, or culling babies that you think have undesirable qualities. And it's an ancient idea. It's first described in the Western canon in Republic. In books 5 and 6, he talks about marriage festivals for the maintenance of good quality people in society, gold standard women to be matched with gold standard men.
No poets as well. He wanted to exclude all poets from his ideal republic, did Plato. He thought they were liars.
Because they're liars. I didn't know that. Right, to exclude them from society.
Yeah, so if you are making ideal partnerships, poets wouldn't be a part of it. I don't know if being a poet is a hereditary trait, but... Well,
I can... This is probably not the time to discuss this, but I can see that argument. We can talk about that some other time. No, so an old idea. And as far as we can tell, this idea exists either theoretically or in practice in pretty much every culture all around the world for as long as there have been humans.
I mean, aristocracy is a form of eugenics when you think about it.
It kind of is. It absolutely is. I've ended up being someone who's quite opposed to sort of taxonomic definitions and classifications for various reasons, which we might get into later. But I often find that slapping labels on things is a substitute for actually thinking about what the thing is or what the thing does. So we don't mate randomly, and we never have mated randomly. We do select personally.
You didn't know me in my second year at uni.
No.
But do go on.
There was a study a few years ago based in Australia which was tracking sexually transmitted diseases amongst undergraduates. And when they published the paper, they didn't realise that they'd inadvertently created a league table of sexual proclivities by subject. And I wrote about this at the time, so it's a bit of a cul-de-sac here, but you've just reminded me of it. I haven't thought about this for years. The first thing that we noticed as scientists was that there wasn't a science subject in the top half.
Was history of art top?
No, history was top.
History was top?
Yeah, English was second.
Of course it was.
And psychology was top of science, and it's barely a science. Evolution was next, so I was quite pleased about that.
Okay.
Biochemistry bottom.
That doesn't surprise me.
Anyway, we don't mate randomly is the thought that I was having. So we do select our partners, and we, to a certain extent, and historically, obviously, there's all sorts of valences within that. There's not a complete free choice, but societies move in different directions all the time as a result of the interaction between biology and culture. What eugenics was formalized as a science in the 19th century, but what the idea behind it, the way of thinking of eugenics, is that we should the powerful should steer society in particular directions using that framework in a top-down way. It's not, this is me or individuals wanting to have families with this person or this person. It is that the government or the powerful decide who gets to reproduce and who doesn't. And so what happens in the 19th century, in the sort of post-Malthus years, where this is beginning to be a really serious conversation.
Malthus is the population guy. Yeah.
So priest, polemicist, early mathematician in sort of trying to understand social demographics. And he identifies what has never been demonstrated to be true, but an important idea, which is that populations grow at exponential rates when they're happy, but resources grow at linear rates. So we're always if he's right, we're always doomed to have sort of boom and bust cycles. And it almost doesn't matter whether he's right or not. But in the 19th century,
Adam's correct there. Doesn't really matter if we have boom and bust cycles. The government can actually deal with those and get the country onto an even footing. So, okay, they thought it was brilliant at the time when Malthus came up with this, but we've moved past that now. We know how to organise our economy. So these boom and bust cycles shouldn't really matter anymore, really. Mind you, it depends what governments you ask in the world.
The wake of the Industrial Revolution, and with colonial expansion and mass immigration and urbanization, and which means a much more visible poor, the transfer of responsibility of poor people and people at the bottom of the socioeconomic scale from the church with the poor to the state was something that was happening with various acts with names like the Madhouse Act and the Lunatic Act, and then by the Edwardian period, the Mental Deficiencies Act. And so you've got asylums emerging as a way of treating or dealing with, hiding people deemed unworthy. And then Galton just drops into this, parachutes into this world. He's Charles Darwin's half cousin, and Darwin in 1859 describes evolution by natural selection. Doesn't talk about humans at all. Darwin is a extraordinarily liberal man for extremely wealthy, privileged man in 19th century Britain. But his cousin is Francis Galton, who is awful, extraordinarily bright, cannot see past his own prejudices, travels around the world, writes a best-selling travel book based on his travels around Africa, comes back as an extreme white supremacist. And he applies the ideas that are sort of set up about evolution by his cousin, who he adores and venerates, and believes that genius is a biological category that flows through his family.
And see, whenever someone goes, genius is an inherited trait, no one ever goes, and it's not in my family. They go, and it is in my family.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And this is an example of him not being able to see past his own biases. His first book in this sort of area is called Hereditary Genius. And it is a very methodological, statistical analysis of the great men of British history. Prime ministers, MPs, poets, does include poets.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Lawyers and various people. He's absolutely uninterested in women at all. And the difference with with this book and the significance of this book is that it is a scientific, a statistical, numerical application to great man theory of history, this very Whiggish view. Now, the stats are terrible, but it's sort of foundational in a scientific understanding of...
The Whigs were a political party in the 19th century in the UK. Precursor to the Liberals, essentially. I think they changed into the Liberals. And you've got the Liberals for, I can't remember when they came in. So these are the precursors to the Liberal Party, essentially.
Hereditary behaviours.
And what role does race play in this? Because one of the things I've been writing about recently is trying to sort of put together like a little potted history of race, going, how does this emerge as a technology of governance, and how does it change through the 19th century? And one of the things which I found extraordinary is that you couldn't separate racist discourses and ideas from ableist discourses and ideas and classist discourses and ideas. They were all sort of seen as part of the same thing, which is there are certain kinds of human who are deficient or inadequate or inherently stupid, and these are inherited characteristics that pass down through generation, and that's got nothing to do with the fact that from generation to generation you've enslaved people or kept them poor or denied them education or treated them horribly.
Yes, exactly. These characteristics are immutable, and race science is almost uncontested at this time in Britain and in Europe and America as a result. The racial categories are fixed and they are immutable. And they are inherently hierarchical. So the classification system that we have rejected in science in the 20th century, because the evidence stacks up against it, is the foundation of biology. It's designed by Linnaeus in the late 18th century, in which he describes, he's the first person, not absolutely, but the first significant person to describe the different types of humans from around the world. 4 of them he starts off with and moves up to 5 with an extra category in a later edition of his big book, Systemae Naturae. And the categorizations are initially a biological, a physical characteristic, skin color. Mm-hmm. Secondly, another one, hair color and texture. And then the next ones after that are unequivocal value judgments. I mean, extraordinarily racist. They're racist to us now. They're racist in their day as well because they're hierarchical. So sub-Saharan African people have silky black skin, tight curly hair, are lazy, capricious, physically strong, and sexually loose, right? Homo sapiens Asiaticus, so broadly what we would refer to as East Asian today, are yellow-skinned. These are the words that he uses. Straight black hair, haughty, unimaginative, governed by tradition. Homo sapiens Americanus, so indigenous Americans.
Not George W. Bush, which is where my brain went immediately.
No, definitely not him. So Native Americans, indigenous Americans. Straight black hair, red skin, governed by customs, blah, blah, blah. And you've got, he comes up with these 4 categories, and then the Homo sapiens Europaeus are white-skinned with blue eyes, and they are creative, imaginative, graceful, and industrious. And this is the setup for biology. This is the origin of biology. Everyone that comes after him has another crack at it, introduces new metrics like you alluded to, skull measurements or those sorts of things. But there isn't a single example of categorizations of humans between the 17th and the 20th century which isn't hierarchical and doesn't put white Europeans as superior.
So what does the study of genetics then tell us about these categories? Because of course some of these are inherited traits. Skin tone's an inherited trait. So I share mine with my mum. Eye color, hair texture. How do these it's the word phenotypes?
Phenotypes, yeah.
Yes. How do these phenotypes overlap with geography? Because that's the thing that's being described, is that these clusters of characteristics overlap with places in the world.
Yeah, that's right. And it's really important to recognize that people are different from around the world. Because I think one of the mistakes that well-intentioned anti-racist people have made in history is to adopt a sort of blank slate view that everyone is the same. And I think the reason that becomes such a problematic argument and inflames people who maybe aren't overt Nazis or actual racists is that we are very visual organisms, and we look and see people are different from around the world and have different physical characteristics. What genetics did in the 20th century is genetics is the real metric of human similarities and difference, because it is what is different at a molecular level rather than what is physical. And it influences what is physical, of course. But what we began to see is that the categorizations that had been used, initially using these very crude phenotypes like skin color, and then as they became more detailed, things like skull measurements and various things like that, is that they didn't correspond to the underlying genetic variation that we see around the world. In broad scale, they sort of do. We see continental clustering of I mean, it's difficult to talk about this without getting into some chewy maths, and I won't do that. But clustering is a real mathematical way of trying to identify things that are similar and things that are different. But what we find is that there are some broad similarities around the world in terms of genetic clustering. Largely, very broadly, they correspond to continental landmasses. But beyond that, the way we talk about race does not correspond with genetic variability.
I mean, this is going to sound really thick, but I went to Mexico on holiday last year and it was amazing. But I went to Mexico on holiday and I was traveling around in the South, and I kept walking into people who looked just like me. So same skin tone, same hair texture. The thing that was different is that they tended to have more aquiline noses rather than squidgy Bengali ones. But I was walking down the road in San Cristobal and I literally collided with a man who was the dead spit of my uncle. Dead spit. And I gawped at this poor guy and he was like, "Is this girl okay?" And one of the things that taught me in just a really concrete way is that yes, you've got these clusterings, but as far as I know, I have no indigenous Mexican heritage whatsoever. It's Bengali as far back as we cared to record it. So this racial distinction of dark skin, dark straight hair, brown eyes, short, it was spanning continents.
Yeah, well, you can. I mean, there are undoubtedly physical similarities between people around the world in different phenotypes and different physical traits. That doesn't necessarily mean they have the same shared genetic origin. So this is an idea which is broadly sort of, we could call it convergent evolution, right? The straightness and darkness of your hair, bearing in mind the overall similarity between all.
So you're assuming
hair,
it's natural, but
that's
great wig.
That's straight black.
Okay, that's straight black.
Might be completely different from the straightness and blackness of hair from someone from East Asia, or from someone who's of Native American or Indigenous American descent. I don't know that, but I'm quite happy to say that, and because that sort of variation.
Get furious hairdressers in the comments being like, actually.
But they get furious about anything though. They get so angry about things that are intuitively what they don't think is true, or they do think is true that I'm countering. This is the point that we were talking about earlier. It's that experiential thing that, like, the example I sometimes give is that I know you said you dropped biology as soon as you could, but do you remember eye color?
Yes, I remember eye color.
Okay, because that's how we teach genetics.
Okay.
Yeah? There's a gene which if you have the brown version of the gene, it's dominant over the blue version,
That's what I hear.
right? And if you've got one copy of the brown, then you'll have brown
It'll
eyes.
win.
Yeah, and you have to have two copies of the blue-eyed version to have blue eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've just passed GCSE biology.
Why do so many Iranians have green eyes?
Well, because what I just said is not true, right? Because it's incorrect.
Okay.
And it is the foundation of how we teach genetics. Incidentally, that model was invented by the American chief eugenicist in 1907, a guy called Charles Davenport, who was the American version of Francis Galton. And he was obsessed with the notion that everything, whether it's eye color or hair color or skin color, but also crazy behavioral traits like seafaringness or sexual proclivities or prostitution, all of these things that for him they worked in exactly the same way as eye color genetics does. And you just pointed out by saying that Iranian thing about green eyes, what the problem with it is. There aren't two eye colors. There isn't one gene which dominates the control of eye colors. There are at least 15. There's a third gene. So there's the blue and brown version of the same gene. There's also a green gene which it heavily influences green eyes. And the truth of the matter is that the model I just described, the Mendelian view of genetics, is more like a guideline.
I mean, so let's say, I mean, I hate to break it to you. I mean, we're all going to die, and it's going to happen to you one day too. But you know, the archaeologists of the future, they dig you up and they test your DNA. Would they be able to accurately put together how you would have looked? Because one of the things that the internet racists love to say to me is, well, you say you're English, but when you die and they dig you up, they'll be able to say that you weren't because they tested you genetically.
Well, if you die with your passport on you, then that's the end of that question.
If
right?
I die with like the lyrics to England Till I Die in my back pocket, like, I don't know.
This is the thing that the internet racists don't get, which is that these things, nationality is a social construct, right? Borders are social constructs. You're English because you have an English. You were born in. Were you born in England?
I was.
Well, then you're English.
And more to the point, I'm English because I'm emotionally repressed.
I can't comment on that, although I'm sure there's a genetic component to it. But this is the sort of central pillar of all of my work about eugenics and race. It's really the question of how scientific ideas get marshaled into pre-existing political ideologies. There's a lot of work in this domain within the history of science and within history and within sociology, but I'm trying to approach it from the point of view of a geneticist, of a scientist, because that's what, we've talked about the history of the birth of scientific racism. We've talked about the birth of eugenics. But in both examples, this is scientists or proto-scientists making new discoveries or making new pronouncements, because I think in both cases they're not really very good science. And then the political classes, of which most of these guys are members anyway, use those new discoveries or those new pronouncements in order to justify their own pre-existing beliefs. So the phrase I use in talking about eugenics is that it's bigotry dressed up as biology. And so your internet racist saying you're not English, no matter how many Spurs fan, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So no matter how much you claim to be a football fan, no matter how much what you sound like or however English you feel you are, you're not English.
But I mean, can you reliably reconstruct who someone was through genetics, or can you only get likelihoods? Like, this person was, 40% likely to taste coriander like it's soap.
Yeah. Yeah. If there's one thing that I want people to recognize in all of my work is that genetics is not deterministic, it is probabilistic. So you started by asking me about 23andMe. The gene, the brown blue-eyed gene, the version that I've got, if you look at a population, 69% of people with the version that I've got have brown eyes. Right? So that's 2/3 of people with that genotype have this phenotype. Now, of course, I know I have brown eyes because mirrors, right? I didn't need to pay for that service. But the way you just framed that question was perfect, right? Because if you dug me up in 10,000 years when my eye's color is not available, but you did manage to get the DNA sequence for that particular gene, you've got a 2 out of 3 chance that you're going to get my eye color roughly right, without counting the other genes, the green eye gene, the other 14 or however many genes are involved in pigmentation in the iris. So, yeah, probabilistically, you could make a decent fist at saying it's more than 50% likely that this guy had brown eyes. But you wouldn't bet the farm on that, though, would you?
I mean, so then how did you feel about like the Cheddar Man reconstruction? Because obviously it was a massive news story.
Back in a minute.
The reconstruction of the Cheddar Man was like he's got dark skin and he looks like the South Asian girls who have the blue contacts, like startling. Did you look at that and you go, "Ooh, I'm not sure"? I mean, was it nailed on? Do you think it's
a really
accurate?
Interesting case study, and it was done by colleagues and friends. So I wasn't involved in the study itself, but I was very closely involved in how it was disseminated. The scientific paper, which describes Cheddar Man and the genome sequence of Cheddar Man, is pretty circumspect, and I think gets it pretty accurately. So, with these particular genotypes, we predict that this man, will have darker skin in this sort of range, will have eye color in this sort of range, because science is. It's boringly circumspect. We always have to say.
You're always hedging.
Always hedging. There's the classic line is one of the presidents, I can't remember which one it was, when it was his scientific advisor for Roosevelt or something, says, "Can you get me a one-armed scientist?" So they can't say, "Yeah, but on the other hand," right? It's probably apocryphal. But that's what we have to do, right? Because we don't pronounce truths in science. We're always circumspect because every result is only conditionally and conditionally correct. So that's what the paper says. But what people want, understandably, is not to read about the probability of whether this guy had this range of skin color or hair texture or whatever. They want to see what this guy was like. And that's the most exciting thing about this field, is that we can not just reconstruct historical events or actions, but we can see what people were like. This is a man who died 10,000 years ago in England. Somerset? Is Cheddar in Somerset?
Listen, I've never left London in my life.
I think it's Somerset. Anyway, people will be more angry about that. How can he make pronouncements when he doesn't even know where the Somerset?
It's the West Country. Cheddar's in the West Country.
Yeah, right. That's exciting. So what we often do, and what often happens, is you create a maquette or a bust and a reconstruction, and that you have to make decisions in doing that where you can't be circumspect, you can't be conditional. And so there was a choice. What pigment? This is the range. What color are we going to make this guy's skin? What color are we going to make this guy's eyes? Now, I don't think it's wrong, and it's quite possible that reconstruction was literally a mirror image of what that guy looked like. But it's also quite possible that he didn't look like that very much at all.
I mean, I want to talk about the appeal of DNA and understanding your genetic self. You know who Michael K. Williams is?
Yeah.
Was?
Yes.
Played Omar Little.
The greatest anti-hero in all American culture.
I mean, one of my favourite bits of The Wire is when he's in the turquoise pajamas and he's on his way to the shops to get the Honey Nut Cheerios.
Yep. Omar coming.
Yeah, Omar strolling. He was approached by a kind of, DNA testing lab that markets itself specifically to African Americans. And they made a little short documentary of his experience of doing this ancestry test. And it was so emotional for him. And he calls up a friend of his who also did the test called Isaiah Washington. And it just so happens that they both could trace some heritage back to a particular tribe in Senegal. And it is undoubtedly just this powerful moment. And they're both crying. They're both saying, I knew we were brothers. And I found myself feeling quite uncomfortable about it because on the one hand, this is so clearly important to them. And who am I to say this is a load of horseshit? But on the other, I found something, when you look at how it's sort of measured, it's like, 1 out of 32 ancestors. I was like, but this is as much of a story as the one African Americans had to create for themselves after the displacement and the trauma and the huge cultural, psychological, political break that was the experience of slavery.
Mm. Yeah. I write about this in one of my books, How to Argue with a Racist, because I think it is incredibly hard to process this. I think it's exploitation. The fact that some of those companies are owned by African Americans doesn't make this an easier conversation. The desire for narrative satisfaction, I think, is the main fuel for all of these ancestry companies, not just the ones targeting the African American descendants of the enslaved experience. But the descendants of the enslaved is a special case because there is no history. Their history was erased. And the history of the transatlantic slave routes is that up to 12 million people taken from 4, possibly 5, just maybe 6 countries, and mixed en route and then redistributed. Well, half of them died in transit, but traded, all of their ancestry completely lost, never recorded. And then the American story is also such that once African people are in the Americas, although I'm mostly talking about the USA, they are redistributed and sold, and the sexual history and the family history of the African American experience is unique because of that process, which means that the average African American genome is very distinct from the African genomes from which they were taken. Now, you couple that with the fact that there is more genetic diversity within the African continent than in the rest of the world put together, which means that, on average, someone from Senegal is more different genetically to someone from Angola than either of those people are to anyone else on the rest of the planet. And that's just what the genetics says. So I know this is quite a brain scrambling concept.
No, I'm with you.
But this is one of the problems with the earlier conversation about how we categorize people. We say black people, right? Because Linnaeus said black people, Homo sapiens Afa or Africanus. But actually, it's a completely incoherent biological category because of the amount of genetic diversity that exists in people who are in Africa or from the African diasporas. So how this relates to the transatlantic slave trade means that you've got two people taken from maybe neighboring tribes or counties or whatever the equivalent is, or countries, who are taken from their birthplace, put onto ships, mixed around, they live or die, they then traded around, forcibly mated potentially. We know from the genetics now that there is a lot of European DNA in the African American genome, and mostly it is from male Europeans into female African Americans. So, figure that out. Interestingly, the converse is also true. Many white Americans have up to 20% of African ancestry that we can measure in their DNA. So again, it's another example of how...
There was a mixed race Medici, I believe. I can't remember if it was a Cosimo or an Alessandro de Medici, whose father was obviously an Italian aristocrat, part of one of the most powerful families in Italian history, and whose mother was an African servant. But this mixed race Medici, his children then married into the rest of the Italian aristocracy, and it was never spoken of again, because after that, race as categories of human who must never be mixed became more and more historically important, and nobody wanted to talk about the African blood that was in their families.
Well, that in America it becomes formalized as the one drop rule. So there's a moment in the 17th century where the difference between hypodescent and hyperdescent flips legally. So that is where you take on what status.
So wait, what's hyperdescent and hypodescent?
The legal status of a child is inherited from the more or less powerful cultural parent. So hypodescent is inheriting it from typically from the mother. Hyperdescent is, I think I've got that the right way around, from the father. But anyway, the point is that in the 17th century there was a legal challenge to this, because a boy was born of a mixed partnership, an English lawyer and an enslaved woman, and the child inherited the status of the father. Now, the Virginia Assembly weren't happy with this, and so they flipped the law. So, which meant that the pairing of a white person with a black person, the child will always inherit the legal status of the black person from that point onwards. And then over the course of the next, couple of centuries, as racism becomes enshrined and legalized, sort of formally legalized ever more into what becomes known as the one drop rule, which is that if you have any ancestor who is African or African American, then you legally are a black person. And the absurdity of this is perhaps best showcased in Thomas Jefferson having 6 children with, we think, as a sitting president, all of whom looked white but were legally black and therefore legally born into slavery. So you've got this situation where the sitting president, one of the founding fathers, has children with Sally Heming, who herself is mixed race, and they are born enslaved, which is an absurdity. They're ostensibly white people, as the social definition goes. Now, the one drop rule continued in America. This now trips over into the other book, the eugenics book, because a big part of the story of eugenics is the ultimate realization of this type of thinking during the Holocaust. In 1930s Germany, the Nazis were trying to establish the rules of inheritance so that you could determine who was pure German, Aryan, and who was Jewish. And they looked at the one drop rule, they looked at the American framework for it and decided that it was too strict.
I mean, one of the things which I've read is that the Nazis looked at American anti-miscegenation laws, which prohibited, the marriage and really the having of children between consenting mixed race parties. One of the things that I wanted to ask you about is we tend to think about eugenics as this Nazi phenomenon, and therefore it's other and it's over there and it's swastikas and goose stepping, but it's inscribed in the University of London on, very buildings. You had immigration criteria for moving to America, which was based on eugenicist principles. Do you think that as a society we've ever properly reckoned with that hidden history within our own history?
No, absolutely not. We haven't at all. And there's an interesting parallel, well, not non-parallel, between attempts to understand the history of race and attempts to understand the history of eugenics. I think it's partly because eugenics is a sort of technical sounding word. People just don't know what it is, mostly. Whereas you say, race, racism, everyone knows what we're talking about here. I think eugenics is one of the defining ideas of the 20th century because it is an idea that frames the Second World War. It is the lifeblood of the Third Reich, racial purity through selection. It is the lifeblood of the enforced sterilization of somewhere between 70 and 500,000 people in America. It is the lifeblood of the emergence of Great Replacement theory and profound anti-Semitism that becomes formalized in the 1910s and 20s with people like Henry Ford. I think we sometimes think that because of the atrocities of the Nazis and the Holocaust, that was the end of the story, and that this was unique to the deranged ideology of Hitler and the Third Reich. But the truth of the story is that it's an idea which starts in the UK, starts in London, or is formalised in London, but is never enacted in Britain. We never had.
Why was that?
Well, it's mostly due to the campaigning of G.K. Chesterton.
The detective novelist G.K. Chesterton.
Yeah. It's a weird quirk of this history that we come up with the idea scientifically with people like Francis Galton. It becomes exported and influences German eugenics. It's never called eugenics in Germany. It's called Rassenhygiene, race hygiene. It gets exported incredibly efficiently to America, where they have eugenics policies on the books from 1907 for most of the 20th century. But the legislation in the UK was proposed several times, mostly by Churchill, who is very interested, perhaps obsessed is a little bit strong, but incredibly interested in the American models, particularly in places like Indiana, which has the first enforced sterilization rules. We know this because he writes about it very openly, and this is a cultural conversation that's happening all the time in Edwardian Britain. But Churchill's the main sort of political driver of this.
And did he want that for the colonies, or did he want that for
it's for home, for
the UK?
For England, it's home. Right. The problem is inebriates, women with menstrual problems. The question of race, which you asked earlier, but I didn't really answer, is a bit fuzzy because the definitions of race are quite flexible through time. So a lot of the eugenics policies or suggested policies in the UK were aimed at the Irish, right? Deemed then a degenerate race of alcoholics. And that ties in very closely with first wave feminism as well. So a lot of the first wave feminists really interested in the reproductive rights of women in order that the sterilization of certain groups of people, such as the Irish, could be enacted.
Marie Stopes.
Marie Stopes is a monster. I mean, most of my work seems to center around awful men. So it's quite, well, it's nice to have an awful woman.
More women eugenicists. So what was the deal with Mary Stopes? Because I only know her as the reason why if I get pregnant, my life won't be totally wrecked by it.
Yeah, absolutely. So a name most closely associated with reproductive health and abortions for women. I can't remember the exact numbers. I do quote it in the book, but it's something like 40,000 abortions around the world per year. So in my view, an extremely positive, necessary medical provision of medical care for women. Double thumbs up, right? Her reasons for being interested in the reproductive rights of women were because she was a Nazi. And I don't mean that in a everyone's a Nazi who disagrees with me. She was an actual Nazi. She was a complete white supremacist, total fascist, obsessed with social structure and exterminating certain races, including... She sent poetry, love poetry, to Hitler in 1938. So you're right up against the war. This is not like naive.
This is not like, oh, I'm interested in this young Adolf guy.
Yeah, he seems quite charming. And no. This is we're about to declare war. She sends a book of love poetry to Hitler in which I forget the exact verse, but she rhymes. She says something like the Russians are a curse, the Prussians are much worse, the Jews are. Anyway, it's a few bits of poetry declaring how awful these races are, and that enforced sterilization is basically the way forward for the purification of white English people. So I bang on about Stopes because of the poetry, but she's extreme but not unusual in this sort of domain. And influenced by Frances Galton. She was also at UCL.
Oh my God.
I know. Did her PhD. I think the first PhD in geology by a woman.
I want to ask you something which might be quite a technical question, but it's something which I've always been interested in. So you've got the study of social epidemiology, which is looking at the way in which different policies have different outcomes on the health of a population. So, for instance, the impact of unemployment or deprivation or inequality on health outcomes. You also start looking at things like the impact of housing on birth rates or the provision of affordable childcare. And obviously, eugenics is about producing certain kinds of population by either facilitating or curtailing people's ability to reproduce, right? So you affect what's in the population. Is there a neat dividing line between social epidemiology, which is relatively uncontroversial? Lots of people who, would say eugenics very bad, were perfectly comfortable with social epidemiology. Is there a neat dividing line between the two, or can these things bleed into one another?
Not only can they bleed into one another, but the assumption, which I don't think you're making, but I think many people do, but the assumption that eugenics in its foundation, and certainly in the Edwardian period, is a right-wing ideology is not accurate. It is embraced by the emerging socialist movement in Britain with exactly the same fervour.
The Fabians, were they into a bit of eugenics?
So both Beatrice and Sidney Webb were active proponents of eugenics. William Beveridge expressed positive support for enforced sterilisation for men specifically throughout his life. George Bernard Shaw, well, he kind of vacillates on whether, how socialist he actually is. H.G. Wells, a lot of cultural figures are all super into the idea of purifying or improving the quality of the stock of the British people. It's a reflection of power again, in that almost all of these people come from wealth and privilege. And also a really important thing is that almost everyone who's a key eugenicist of this period all of the men go to one of 5 public schools, and they all go to Oxbridge. And so there is I think that's part of the foundation of this way of thinking is that there are natural hierarchies of people. They all venerate the classics. A society which had no social mobility, and where there were strata of society where social mobility is non-existent. I think that there is a discussion to be had about, in this Darwinian era, where the rise of a softer form of Christianity, which is ostensibly a bottom-up religion that empowers the poor, in principle, that the powerful members of society, as the power of the church is beginning to wane, they say, well, hold on a second, this is a challenge to our absolute God-given authority. And now Darwin is saying there is mutability in culture as well. So how do we maintain power? Oh, I know.
We have a secular hierarchy which is also immutable.
Yeah.
I mean, that definitely makes sense as a cultural study of eugenics. Moving towards the present and indeed the future, you've got the emergence of technologies like CRISPR, which I thought was a kind of salad spinner for ages, and now realise that it's a form of gene editing, I believe. That presents all sorts of ethical questions, because you might be able to do something like identify and edit the gene which leads to something like Huntington's disease. But there are also many other conditions, many of which people have and lead happy and fulfilled and healthy lives, which reintroduce this question of, should there be a limit on our ability to change what kind of people are in the human population? I mean, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, I run a 20-hour course trying to address that question.
We don't have a time limit on the recording.
Okay, great. All right, I have slides. No, I'm going to frame this answer by talking about something I mentioned earlier, which is that the semantics of this argument are, I think, not irrelevant, because I got a hashtag search, permanent hashtag search on my Twitter for hashtag eugenics, and 95% of them are anti-vaccination people or anti-COVID lockdown people just going, it's eugenics, right? Now, I think that, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, obviously, and I think they're completely wrong about that. But I also think they've misunderstood what eugenics was and is, and this idea that it's a way of thinking more than anything else. Giving it that name, and then most closely associating the word eugenics with the atrocities of the Second World War, has effectively done a disservice to the mindset which is behind eugenics, which is that populations can be controlled through biological means. Now, I think the sort of evolution of eugenics as an idea is the move away from the top-down approach that this is a government-imposed strategy for the people, which comes from both the left and the right. And what happens in the years after the war, after the Second World War, is a sort of cultural shift within the world of science away from the hereditarian position, which is that nature, genetics, is more dominant over nurture, which is the environment. Nature versus nurture, by the way, a phrase coined by Francis Galton.
Fuck's sake!
His intellectual legacy cannot be underestimated. He invented.
Carla, hello. Welcome, my dear. Oh, God. I'm over an hour into my video. This is Dr. Adam Rutherford up here. He is a geneticist. He works at UCL as a lecturer and a researcher. He is amazing. And we're just going, the title of it is Geneticist Talks 23andMe, Race Science Myths, and Richard Dawkins. This is brilliant. Enjoy. If you have any questions, ask away. Glad you're here.
The weather map. So the first weather map was published in the Times, and it was his work. It was actually the day after the weather, so of limited use. He invented, he was foundational for the study of fingerprints, for forensics, because there's similar questions that he was interested in. Are my fingerprints inherited from my father or mother, or are they unique to me?
So he's made it harder for me to commit crimes. If Francis Galton was still alive, it's on site.
Yeah, I mean, many people consider that fingerprinting thing to be positive for... Anyway, forget that. He debunked phrenology, which was big at the time. And that's interesting, because you would have thought that's exactly the type of sort of biological essentialist pseudoscience that someone like him would be super into. But more than being a white supremacist and a sort of proto-fascist, he was a data nerd. I think we see similar characteristics in the data bro behavior of contemporary data bros as we do in Francis Galton. There's a kind of, take someone like Elon Musk, who genuinely believes that people like him need to reproduce and impregnate absolutely anything that moves. I mean, do you think that there is a neo-eugenicist movement within Silicon Valley? Yes, I do. I think that we have a cultural issue, which is that powerful people discovering things for the first time. I mean, if only there was a phrase about history and repeating and that I don't know whether there is a phrase that describes that, but it's when you study history and realize, especially when you study the classics, you realize that all of this shit has already happened. It just gets dressed up with new tech, and I think we do see that with eugenics. That mindset is the same. Great replacement theory has never gone away, and it's more popular now than ever before, especially in America. It really is founded in those years because of enormous amounts of immigration into America in the years 1900 to 1915, which is shut down in 1924 with the Johnson Act. And the key advisor on that is one of the main eugenicists, a guy called Harry Laughlin, who was also the main eugenics advisor to the Nazis in Berlin during those same eras, which was funded, by the way, by the Rockefeller Foundation. So it's so culturally normalized at this point in America that it's just part of society, that there are biological strata that are immutable and essential, and that if you want to improve society, then we have to take a biological view, not the social, not that poverty is inherited, because it is. Poverty is inherited, but that doesn't mean that it's biological. And so there's all these sort of classic case studies that emerge out of this era, which give them definitive answers. Harry Laughlin produces an enormous document which describes the biological characteristics of different countries and presents it to the Immigration Committee in 1924 and says, these people are better than these people. Here's the ranking here, and this is why. Immigration didn't end in 1924. It just became incredibly streamlined because North European, Germanic people are just better than Slavs or Italians or Irish, right? So the cultural racisms fluctuate depending on the era.
I mean, I want to get back to this question of the technology we've got now, because I appreciate what you're saying about eugenics being top down and that there is a much broader history of eugenics outside of Nazi Germany. But let's say the technologies that, could be available to me, ranging from embryo selection to abortion to something like CRISPR, I would have an unprecedented amount of control over what kind of child I might have. And how I make that decision is obviously hugely influenced by ableism, the way in which we abilities. Logic. I mean, there's a conflict between, for instance, advocates of disability rights and advocates of a woman's absolute right to choose in terms of aborting a fetus who has Down syndrome, for instance. Does something like CRISPR, it revives these ethical discussions over should there be limits on how much we can choose to eradicate certain conditions, certain kinds of body, certain kinds of illnesses, certain kinds of disabilities from the human population. Because someone, say an advocate of the social model of disability will go, well, that lets society off the hook. We should be changing society, not the kind of bodies that are in it.
Yeah, well, politically, I pretty much largely agree with what you've just said.
Excellent. Well said, Ash. Of course. Yes. Don't come after the people. You can't help how you were born, what you were born into. Seriously, so punishing me for being disabled, deeply immoral, just wrong. Don't do it. Support me, provide for me, or support me, and I'll support myself. Give me my benefits. Give me better public transportation. Increase the capacity of the NHS. Social things the government could do so I can live a safe, comfortable life and not have to worry about externalities which can severely impact my health.
The new technologies that allow things like embryo selection or in the future gene editing, this is a hairy area. There's a couple of things. There's a couple of sort of, I'm going to be sciencey and tedious about
Do it.
which is that the technology is very limited in its availability. Right, so we estimate that something like 6 million people have been born from the IVF process since Louise Brown in 1979. So, I mean, that's the population of, I don't know, a country that has 6 million people in it. So it's not insignificant, but in terms of it being the type of strategy that would have been imposed from the states, say the Nazi state or the American state in the 20th century, it's not really a significant number, and it's really only available to the wealthy West. There's a second sort of scientific caveat to that, which is to do with the whole conversation about brown and blue eyes. The public discourse about genetic essentialism and genetic determinism is so heavily influenced by science fiction that it's not really realistic in any way. You can't select for eye color because of the conversation we've just had, right? So,
and you can't get your money back either if you get a brown-eyed baby rather than a blue-eyed baby.
And when it comes to things like behavioral traits, which are never controlled by single genes, which we are capable of editing, so behavioral things like personality or intelligence, which is always that it always comes down to questions of intelligence. And I think that's a slightly separate conversation, but we need to have it. The idea that you could gene edit for intelligence and then select is really a scientific fantasy. That doesn't mean that it won't be possible in the future, but we're talking decades away at best from a purely functional and scientific point of view. And then on top of that, there's the whole fetishization of metrics associated with behaviors, particularly for intelligence. And that is inherent to the eugenics movement. So I think that IQ has validity as a metric. I think that it is a deeply problematic historical, its history is profoundly problematic, but it has some scientific validity with tons of caveats and tons of cautions, not least because we've been measuring it for 100 years with all of those caveats and cautions in place. But it is a data set that if you're very careful, has some utility. Most people aren't careful about it, right? And it's become fetishized as yesterday I saw a headline that the youngest member of Mensa has been identified.
As the 4-year-old kid with the really cute glasses.
Oh, I didn't see that one. Was it?
Yeah, that's the kid.
4?
Yeah, he's 4 years old.
I mean, sure, it measures something, but why is that? Why is that something valued by the media and by society over finding, I don't know, the kindest 4-year-old in Britain, which I think would propagate a much healthier society if we valued behaviors and characteristics which didn't have this specific intelligence metric associated with them. And so that ties into the ableist conversation as well, because initially the subjects of eugenic selection in the Victorian and Edwardian period include people with obvious physical disabilities, right? But then it becomes extended to less obvious physical disabilities, and then it becomes extended to mental health or behavioral traits or pretty much anything that they deemed undesirable. And that's the sort of fundamental ableist view, that people with achondroplasia, so classical dwarfism, are part of the eugenics anti-selection sort of criteria of that era. I don't have answers to this as a conversation, by the way. I think this is one of the hardest questions that we face. And Down syndrome is a particular case study which, due to its biological underpinnings, is unique and is deeply difficult to talk about. The reasons being that, so it's a chromosomal abnormality, and it's identifiable very early on in pregnancy because of the phenotype that abnormality creates. Now, the second thing worth saying is that because it's a whole chromosome rather than just a single gene or a handful of genes, the range, the phenotype that comes as a result of trisomy 21 is huge. And then it's also hugely socially mediated as well. So the availability of resources, so a I don't know, a single parent having a kid with Down syndrome who is at the bottom end of the spectrum in terms of cognitive abilities is an entirely different category to a wealthy person or wealthy family having a kid with Down syndrome who's at the top end of those abilities. But we kind of lump them all together, and we can't identify those differences in utero. So the technology available says at 9 weeks, you can identify with a high probability, with a high success prediction, that this is a baby carrying trisomy 21. And now that comes with the ready and free, in the West, and in more liberal countries, it comes with the free access to abortions. And what we found is that in Denmark and in Iceland, where early identification exists and free availability of abortions is universal, what we found is that Down syndrome has effectively been eradicated. In America, weirdly, for the wrong reasons, it's actually slightly on the rise, but that's because abortions have been limited with the cancellation of Roe v. Wade, of course, but also the steps before that included. So in this sort of incremental process towards the overturning of Roe v. Wade, in many states, it was no abortions once trisomy 21 has been identified. So that came before that. So given the choice, in at least 2 countries, Denmark and Iceland, women choose not to have babies with Down syndrome. And I don't know how to, there isn't a resolution to this as a question, but part of the underlying framework of the discussion that we have in society and that we need to have is about the visibility and value of individuals that historically have been demonized or deemed unworthy of existence or reproductive rights, in order that we as a society decide whether or not that is the right thing to do.
I mean, is there maybe something here about technology evolves at a pace which gives us new ways to dehumanize people, and that changes faster than society and culture changes, so that we can find new ways to humanize, include, and facilitate the happy and dignified lives of people that we once dehumanized?
Yes. And that's you said it perfectly eloquently. I don't need to qualify that.
I mean, I want to move on to, I guess, if we think about race, the social construction, as being the interaction of cultural, political, economic priorities with what you can see, these inherited characteristics, which are relatively arbitrary in terms of how we chose them, hair, eyes, skin. In 200 years' time, accounting for the kinds of demographic changes here in the global north, but also historic movements of people across borders, how might you think that the language of race could change?
It's a great question. It's one that I ask my students. So I frame it in a slightly different way, which is to say that is there an alternative version of history where instead of discovering and measuring physical characteristics like skin color or skull size or shape, imagine that in the 16th century we discovered genetics. And before colonial expansion, we had a really robust understanding of biological diversity by the true metric of human similarity and difference, which is in our DNA. How would society look today? 3,000 words on my desk on Monday, please.
Have you heard about the disappearing donkey?
No.
Oh, you've never heard of the disappearing donkey?
No.
Okay, so this was a 1976 household survey conducted by the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics. And what they did was they invited every household it sent the survey to describe their own skin color. So rather than ticking a box which said white or mixed or black, they invited people to self-identify. So they ended up with hundreds of words, phrases, ways of identifying yourself, which included, my Portuguese pronunciation is horrible, by the way, tostada, which means toasted, cardau, which is a flower, and it's like a blue-violet color that you find on thistles. So somebody is going, well, my skin's kind of this blue-violet color. And burro quando Fogue, I believe, which means the disappearing donkey, which is a humorous way of going, I'm this kind of tan color which melts into nothing. I'm a disappearing donkey. And I just thought that this was such a wonderful example of when you invite people to describe themselves. And of course, many people did just describe themselves as black or mestizo or white, or Galician. Lots of people did opt for that. But when you had this expansion of going, tell me what you think about your own skin color, there was almost infinite variety.
Yeah, that's great. I need to adopt that. The self-identification, and weirdly, many of the studies show that the self-identification of race or ethnicity tally quite well with the clustering, with the genetic clustering. And racists often use, or pseudo-scientific racists often say, yes, but you say race is a social construct, but look, everyone from Africa describes themselves as black.
No, they don't.
And it's a superficial, it's a sort of meaningless superficial analysis, because what it doesn't extract the social history of these terms, which are culturally normalized. When talking about race, I think it's a really interesting conversation about the language itself. So, and the recognition that it changes over time, of course. I grew up being called half caste. I didn't really think much about it. It's not a great phrase, really, is it? And it's pretty much...
it kind of is half formed. It's like half done.
Yeah. I'm not half of anything, thanks, mate. And that's turned into biracial or mixed heritage. And I sort of, we talked about taxonomy and classification. I kind of don't care. But the way those classifications change over time.
Half caste. Yeah, don't like it. I used to get called I looked like a ghost. I am very pale. And I was very pale as a child. Because I eat a lot more of my greens now, which is recommended. Luckily enough, I do love my greens, like my broccoli and my kale and my baby spinach and stuff like that. I need them. I need the iron, and I eat red meat and I eat liver, which is another foodstuff that's rich in iron, because I need it for the anemia, instead of having to take those big ass iron tablets. And most of the time it doesn't even take a third of the tablets, because there's something wrong with my metabolism, essentially how I metabolize the nutrients. That's why I always look ghost-like, essentially. Yeah, getting called half caste at school, that must have been horrible. I feel for you, Adam, I really do. Getting picked on for something that's out of your control. Well, the anemia I can help with what I eat, which is at least something. But getting called half caste because of who your parents are, nah, not right. That can hurt kids. But some children are quite mean. They learn it from their parents, oddly enough, which isn't a good thing. Ooh.
When How to Argue with a Racist came out, and I was doing a lot of talks, I remember a particular occasion, 2 talks on consecutive nights, where a young black woman on the first night said, I want to reclaim the word black, and I want to be a powerful black woman because of the cultural history of being identified as black. I recognize the things you're saying as being, this is the social history of this word, but that's what I want. And the next night, a young black woman said, why do people call us black? I'm not black. My skin color isn't black. It's universally associated with negative characteristics. And I sort of come out of that going, okay, right, now I don't know what to say, but that's okay, because you change with time and you contextualize those things. We laugh at our parents or parents in society who haven't quite managed to adapt to the way younger people talk today. I'm including you in that category, but not me. and you know, sometimes we pillory them, and with social media, we can be extremely mean about those infractions. Sometimes it's fair, sometimes it's not fair. But the recognition that culture changes and words change, and they're never fixed in time, and they're very personal, is part of the social construction of race and understanding the social, economic, historical, ancestral, familial, all of those words for the social construction of race. Another error that I think anti-racists make sometimes is to say that race doesn't exist, because it clearly does exist, right?
Your money doesn't exist either.
Exactly. And time is a social construct.
Wait, what?
Time. Time is, you know, I was 15 minutes late for this interview, but that's only because we decided what time it was going to
Then
be.
why are scientists studying it all the time?
Time?
Oh,
But the year isn't even a fixed thing. I mean, we have leap years because the orbit of the Earth, the history of time is super fascinating because, we base it on the orbit of the Earth around the sun with the assumption that that is fixed. Back when they were inventing clocks, they tried water clocks.
oh
too
yeah, I went to
inconsistent.
an exhibition about the water clocks. It was like a drip.
Yeah, they're not reliable enough. Candles was another attempt. Sundials, absolutely hopeless because the orbit is not, it's not circular, it's elliptical, and it changes through time. So a 24-hour day is the same throughout the course of a year because that's what we decide is the length of a day. But a day in February is about 15 minutes shorter than a day in September.
See, this is why they used to hang scientists as witches, and I'm all for bringing it back.
There's an even better story than that. I'll do quickly because it's not the basis of our conversation today. But we used to use the Julian calendar. So before the Julian calendar was formalized in, I think, the year 7, it was the year was basically 270 odd days, and they just add a few in or take a few away so that the solstice aligned with so that the seasons aligned with when the sun was in the highest in the sky. And then that didn't really work because they were just making it up. So Julian comes along and recognizes that the orbit around the Earth is 365 and a quarter days. Yes, which means that you have to have a leap year to account for it. But it's not. It's 365.244 something. So it's slightly less than a quarter. This was recognized in the 16th century by Pope Gregory. I don't know whether it was him who recognized it, but we call it the Gregorian
He was like,
calendar.
wait a minute.
It's super nerdy with his tables. So by the
It's just like, your holiness, there are heretics at the door. He's like, wait a minute, one minute.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was him precisely, but anyway, the point was that in the years between the foundation of the Julian calendar and the October, I think it's 1589. Someone will write in and correct. There was 10 days. They were 10 days out. So, with a papal decree that only popes can do, the day after the 4th of October was the 15th of October. Those days do not exist. And that's the calendar that we use. So time is it's a social construct.
I mean, I did always like that revolutionary France tried to implement their own calendar.
You know, pi is the ratio between the circumference of a circle and its...
I remember that one.
Okay, so it's 3.14, blah, 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 blah. One of the states, and I forget which one, proposed legislation that just to make things easier, they just make it 22/7, which is not pi.
That's not pi.
So it means that all circles are just different shapes. But it's just another great example of people going, yeah, reality is quite complicated and requires, I need to concentrate on this. Fuck it.
I want to do something else.
I'm just going to make it.
Trying to change what pi is. Bloody hell. That's just daft. You can't do that. Oh, Christ. I'm actually quite curious. Let's see. Right, let's see what state it was. What US state wanted to change pi. How would I? What? What? $3.14. Oh, there we go. The Indiana Pi Bill was Bill 246 of 1897. Indiana Pi Bill was Bill 246 of the 1897 sitting of the Indiana General Assembly, one of the most notorious attempts to establish mathematical rule by legislative fiat. Despite its name, the main result claimed by the bill is a method to square the circle. The bill implies incorrect values of the mathematical constant pi, the ratio of the circumference of the circle to its diameter. The bill, written by a physician and amateur mathematician, never became law due to the intervention of C.A. Waldo at Purdue University, who happened to be present in the legislature on the day the vote went up. The mathematical impossibility of squaring the circle using only straight edges in compass constructions is not bloody possible. Suspected since ancient times, had been proven 15 years earlier in 1882 by Ferdinand von Lindemann. Better approximations of pi than those implied by the bill have been known since ancient times. They tried to change pi. Indiana, what the hell? Oh dear God. That is just stupid. Why would they try to do that?
A different number.
I mean, returning to the Michael K. Williams thing for a second, because when I came across this video of his very emotional reaction to his ancestry data, I was reading at the same time a paper by a medical anthropologist which talked about the particular way in which DNA has a cultural power within the African American community. And she argues two things, is that one, you have the trauma of slavery, the collective intergenerational trauma of slavery. And then the second thing is, you know, how do I, as a layperson, encounter DNA? It's mostly through watching true crime procedurals, in which DNA is almost like a revelation from the heavens, like the voice from the burning bush, like it was him who did it. And when you look at the role that DNA has played in the criminal justice system, both in convicting and exonerating, and you think about how racism pulls African American people into the criminal justice system, DNA has, you know, this obscene power and status, and then that is then superimposed on questions of identity and belonging. In your own work, have you encountered fetishization of DNA, and how did you encounter it, if so?
Well, all the time is the simple answer, because it's the same model again. It's a new, we've only had, DNA was first described in the late 19th century, but it didn't really become part of the biological framework that we now recognize until the middle of the 20th century, and then the work of Crick and Watson and Rosalind Franklin in 1953, one of the great discoveries of in the history of science.
The only trio to ever better them was the Sugarbabes, I believe.
I don't know enough about the Sugarbabes to answer that. Watson is a monster. He's a horrible man, a deeply misogynistic racist, and he's very near the end of his life, and maintains a deep racism.
See, I don't think that Heidi was a horrible racist, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Never meet heroes. God,
so
I don't know who was in the Sugarbabes, to be honest.
You're like, I'm just going to laugh. So Crick, Watson, and Franklin.
Okay, so as soon as we've got the molecule of inheritance, that's why it's such a big deal. 53, because all of a sudden we've got natural selection is worked out in 1859. We've got understanding evolution and the basics of biology emerging in the beginning of the 20th century in the years up to 53. And then all of a sudden, with the double helix, we've got the actual way in which information is passed from generation to generation, and not just in us, but in every living thing that has ever existed for the last 3.9 billion years. Pretty cool, right? But as soon as that happens, you see the same thing again. You see the same thing we see over and over again, which is the adoption of this thing as the answer. We now have the biological mechanism, which means that, if the eugenicists had got hold of this a few years earlier, that would have been the thing they focused on. In fact, what the American eugenicists, not so much in the UK or in Germany, what the American eugenicists focused on was Mendelian inheritance. So the pea plants done by Gregor Mendel, which set up the rules.
He was the gardening monk.
Exactly. Moravian friar. I only learned that in the last book. There's a difference between a friar and a monk. And for the last 30 years, I've been describing him as a monk. He was a friar.
Friars have long poles and they fight with Robin Hood.
Tuck.
Yeah.
They're wandering, I think, is what part of it. They're not associated with a monastery. People will write in and correct me on that. But he came around, his rules, the icon rules, they come around at exactly the right time for the eugenicists as well. They're not wrong. They are the basis of genetic inheritance. But they were immediately leapt upon by the American eugenicists, saying, well, now we've got a mechanism. We've got genes. We don't know what the genes are made of. That comes in 53. But we've got genes which explains eye color, hair color, seafaringness, sex worker status, all sorts of disabilities and abilities. And so you immediately see in 1900 the fetishization of this new part of genetics. The legacy of that is really profound. I know we're talking about DNA and we'll come back to that, I'm sure. Recent studies, and these are things only done in the last couple of years, have indicated, they suggest that if we teach genetics using Mendel first, so you start probably like you did, I'm guessing, certainly what I did, then the people who come out of that curriculum end up with a far more racially essentialist view of humans than if you start with complexity. So in America, they've done a few small studies. We haven't done them here, but this is a big part of my work at the moment, where you take one cohort of students and you teach them Mendel and genetics. You take another cohort of students and you teach them complexity and human variation and the rest of genetics, including Mendel. But you just do it in different order. They have the same curriculum, but in a different order. Group 1, who get taught Mendel, end up basically more racist than Group 2.
Starting with complexity is something which I find really interesting. I wonder if there's any overlap between that and your work as part of the president of Humanists UK. One of the things I've been kind of interested in is the way in which humanism and atheism has changed over the last few decades. Going from something which I thought was profoundly intellectually curious and I was really drawn to something which had its own rigidity and drive for certainty.
You mean the
exclusions.
atheist community and sort of skeptics community?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, I remember when I first read The God Delusion and I was 17 and I was like, everyone who's ever had a faith is stupid. And now I'm 30 and I think very differently about these things. And I think about the need for faith. I think about the experience of community. I think about politics and faith. Very different. Do you sometimes encounter, even amongst people who have a commitment to reason and to science, that there are these kind of unshakable, rigid, you know, an iron grip on certainty and what they think they know that you find difficult to deal with?
Well, yes, I do think that. And I think that they tend to come from not necessarily the scientific world, but they come with a scientific and rational bent in general. But I often find that, and this is, again, something that has really, I've sort of really begun to understand as I've got older, because I think, you know, 20-something-year-old men who are not religious, it is mostly men, and they read a bit of Dawkins and go, you know, I get on board with this. This is a powerful argument, and it reinforces all of my cultural baggages and stereotypes about how ridiculous religions are. And I've definitely been part of that in the past, because religions are quite silly in so many ways. But in saying that, you're also denying the importance, the cultural and social importance and historical importance, which is centuries deep. And we aren't purely rational beasts at all. I also
Correct.
think that when that new atheist movement emerged in the sort of early 2000s, it was deeply unscholarly. I mean, there's a whole huge Leviathan body of work trying to understand religion, theology, Christianity. There's probably been more academically written about the history of Christianity than most subjects, I guess. And people like Dawkins said theology is a stupid subject. It's ridiculous. I'm not even going to entertain the notion that this is a real academic field, which is an absurd thing to say. You don't have to be a Christian to be a theologian. Context to that, though, almost all theologians are Christians. So that is a problem. That's an academic problem. My friend Francesca Stavrokopoulou is one of the only biblical scholars who is vocally not a Christian. I'm sure there are many of them, but I love her and her work for that reason. But, you know, Dawkins is a figurehead in that movement. That book is fucking terrible. He's written some of the most important books in biology in history. The Selfish Gene, The Extended Phenotype, and The Blind Watchmaker are foundational. But his knowledge of theology and Christianity is sort of year 12.
I mean, why do you think so many of the new atheist movement seem to go all in on Islamophobia? I mean, Richard Dawkins is someone who will say, you know, I can recognize the beauty of evensong. You know, the church bells, wonderful, but the call to prayer, horrible, noisy, disgusting. And somebody who defines themselves by skepticism and interrogation from the basis of skeptical seems so incurious about how he makes his own cultural value judgments. And that's something which is, you know, shared by Sam Harris, Bill Maher. Like, why are there so many of them?
I think it was an interesting time. So it was post 9/11. So there was a lot of sort of cultural antipathy that was directed towards Muslims. I also think it was a time when creationism was a big conversation. And in this country, it's largely gone away. So there's a lot. My entry into becoming a media person was via creationism, because there was a time when, in the early days of the internet, when this was the hot button topic, and you know, I was one of the first writers on Comment is Free, which is the Guardian's blog. Which
would it have been Seamus Milne who edited you at that time?
No, it was Georgina Henry, who died a few years ago. And the pitching process. So often students ask me, how did you get into being a writer or being in the media? The pitching process was me emailing her and saying, can I write something on this? And her saying yes. And that was it, because the competition was a completely different world back then. So in those early days, I haven't read them in years, and if I did read them now, I think I'd slightly cringe. I don't think they're wrong.
Never read your old work is an ironclad law which I live by.
But a slightly sneery tone. It's easy to mock things that have little value. And mocking creationism, biblical creationism, was an easy thing to do. So I think at that time, the cultural milieu was such that...
Of course, Adam, creationism is easy to debunk. It doesn't make any bloody sense. They can say all the stuff they like. Honestly, we've got the fossil record to disprove them. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years old. So yeah, daft. And I'm sure anthropologists and archaeologists have come up against these nutters. I would just laugh in their face, essentially, saying, what the hell are you on about? Trying to put all of human history into the time span of the Bible is ludicrous. So just shush, stop it. Silly people. Our eyesight, how we developed our eyesight, is older than that. This is a brilliant thing that we've got, our vision. Obviously, there's creatures out there with better vision, better hearing, better smell. So, yeah. Just silly.
People like me, coming from a scientific evolutionary genetics background, suddenly had this massive, easy target that we could just fling stuff at and become successful writers now. I write for The Guardian now, age 25, which was very exciting. And then, it's formalized in Dawkins's book, which I just don't think is very good at all. And I began to recognize that a problem with this conversation is that it all had been written already in the 20th century by people who had more interest in the scholarship. So, people like Bertrand Russell and A.J. Ayer and some of the foundational, philosophers of humanism. Broadly.
Well, I always think about Big Daddy Carl, He says religion is the opiate of the people. That's the bit everyone quotes and they forget which...
No. Oh, Mark, I thought you meant Jung.
No. Oh my God. See, that's the psychologist's son right there. I mean, I always go back to Big Daddy Carl, right? Religion is the opiate of the masses. Everyone quotes that. And what they forget is that he followed up with, it is the heart in a heartless world, which is extraordinarily empathetic.
Sure. Well, I don't know whether it's... I come from a Catholic family. And we have actually stopped going to church recently because the priests that I was raised with died. But it was just a simple recognition of things that I think it's a good example of how different the public discourse from public behaviour actually is. Because the discourse was, these are insane people. Why would you do this? Transubstantiation is a mad thing to think is possibly real. My granny, who's still alive, and she used to be a 3 times a week Catholic, and we would go at Christmas and Easter and significant events. She didn't believe transubstantiation was real, and she was perfectly okay with contraception, as I think many Catholics are in the real world.
I had a friend who wanted to be a nun until she discovered sex and drugs.
I'm pretty sure she wasn't unique in that revelation.
She then switched. She was like, okay, maybe I can't be a nun, but I could be an actress who only plays the Virgin Mary and Sandy from Greece before she goes bad.
God, we had a conversation about Greece yesterday with my daughter. That is not an unproblematic film.
No,
these days.
It's a change for a man's love.
And did she put up a fight? How many times have adults our age and older, much older than you, karaoke that in our 20s, going, hold on a minute, that's not a good that's not a nice line, is it?
Baby, it's cold outside. It's all about wearing down someone's no. Say what's in this drink.
Ish. Yeah.
I think back to church for both of us, I believe, and for this conversation. There's a gap between how people live and their ability to take on complexity and contradiction and where the discourse is at, you were saying.
Yeah. So just it's interesting because I've never had this conversation about the history of that era and the people who emerged out of it and the toxicity of the culture that subsequently happened. And that's interesting. And I think we're only beginning to see that play out in the last couple of years.
I mean, maybe this could be a sort of a place to wrap up, and this might be a weird final question. There's an interesting tension here between everything you're telling me, which is you don't want science to be placed on this pedestal, because when it is, it's used to justify horrific crimes against humanity, whether that's at the level of eugenics and racism or whether it's at the level of abuse of power and sexual assault. And at the same time, you're presenting yourself in mainstream media as a science communicator, and there is an associated status and authority that comes with that. I mean, how do you balance these two things?
Well, I think that there is an assumption about what science is, which is culturally reinforced, that it is this truth-seeking, unerring device, that we make continuous progress towards greater truths. And I think there is a sort of foundational aspect to science, it's not like history in the sense that it's just one thing after another, as the cliche goes. Things do progress in science. We build on the knowledge of our forebears, not always 100% successfully. But I think one of the things I've sort of evolved into being a science historian. Again, I'm reluctant to say that, because that is an academic field in itself, and I'm not trained in that discipline. And I think scientists often make very bad historians for the reason being that they tend not to treat the evidence of history with the same scrutiny that they treat the evidence that they are researching in their science. And the move in academic history over the last, 40 years, away from the Whiggish view, away from the great man theory, has not happened in science. So we can still draw a perfect line from, Aristotle to Stephen Hawking, on the way with Newtons and Faradays and Darwins and occasionally a woman, but mostly it's a very direct line. And scientists have to be better at understanding the social context of their work. Which is basically what I do. There are caveats within that as well. So when I say things like all science is political, which feels like a very uncontroversial thing for me to say, the pushback sometimes is immense and angry. It's not, the degrees of anger vary between fields. So it's easy for me to say the emergence of biology and the emergence of genetics come out of the social and political ideologies of European expansion and eugenics, right? Those are factual things. I do get pushback from people, from geneticists, against that, saying that's ridiculous. The legacies of those ideologies are still within our work today, not because science is a special case, but because science is part of society. Sometimes I get physicists saying, if I'm looking at the planets, if I'm looking at the transit of some tiny planet in a different galaxy and collecting data on that, how is that political? And I think they have a point, which is it's not the same as the scientific framework for the Holocaust, but it does deny that the reason that this guy is looking at the transit of a planet in a different galaxy has a social, historical, financial, economic ancestry to it, that he doesn't have a right to do that. Someone made the decision that guy could do that, because that is part of society as well, and our society is structurally biased.
I mean, you said earlier that you're not really a genetic determinist. Are you a bit more of an economic determinist?
I don't know anything about economics. It's way too complicated.
Yeah, I mean, like most economic determinists, you know nothing about economics.
Well, the dismal science, they call it. It's a weird thing being a geneticist at this point in history, because I spend almost all of my time talking about that genetics is less important than you think. And it's not that it's not important. I'm not a blank slatist. That's a ridiculous position to take, an anti-scientific position to take. It's complex. And I know that's not good enough for people who want answers. This evening, we're publishing a paper about the changing public perception of genetics during the COVID era, because it's a question that's been really important to science communicators and geneticists more broadly. Science was never has had bigger exposure than during the COVID period. There was a point in, I don't know, March or April 2020, where everyone was talking about exponential growth and R numbers, and then it became conversations about the spike proteins and then the vaccine development and all those sorts of things. And so these are all part of my general everyday conversations. And then all of a sudden, that you've got the Prime Minister standing in front of a graph talking about exponential growth, and it's all over the press. And a lot of people were like a bit sneery about that. The press has discovered exponential growth. Sure, I'm not like that. It's science is difficult and has expertise in it. It's not something you can dip in and out of. But we wanted to ask the question: did the public perception of genetics change as a result of this exposure? And what we found is, I think, broadly positive, which is that people seem to think that coverage was good, saw genetics in a positive light before, and that positive light was enhanced as a result of COVID.
Was that the same in America?
This is a British survey. So we don't know the answer to that question yet, and that's an important one. We also saw, though, that the polls of support or antipathy towards science were increasingly polarized. So the people who were most suspicious of science came out more suspicious. I think the positive thing, I'm trying to work out how to talk about this because the paper's not actually out until 7:00 this evening. And hopefully, we'll be talking about it in the press. But I think there's a disconnect between what people generally think, which is pretty trusting. People generally trust science. I don't necessarily think that we talk enough about the probabilistic nature of science, that the conditional nature of the results, and that people looking to science for truth and not understanding what science is. I think a good thing about the pandemic was we saw it live as it was happening. We're working this shit out as we're going along. But what I do think we see as well is that polarization, which has a lot to do with social media, is that you have the fringe suspicious with a louder voice than at any point in history. And none of us know how to deal with that.
I think we can end it there. Dr. Adam Rutherford, thank you so much for joining us today.
Okay.
a crime was committed. A crime considered so serious that for its commission, the death penalty is mandatory and no statute of limitation applies. If the crime had been committed intentionally and was not the result of carelessness, then the circumstances warranted a finding of high treason with the mandatory death penalty. An exhaustive investigation may, even at this late date, uncover elements in or out of government who abetted the original act of treason. On March 21, 1980, FBI agents of the Pittsburgh field office interviewed, in his home, a former employee of the Nuclear Materials and Equipment Corporation. More specifically, the unnamed interviewee worked at the company's facility in Apollo, Pennsylvania, a manufacturing plant for uranium fuel for nuclear reactors. Recalling one night working overtime in the spring of 1965, the interviewee related that when he entered the loading dock area on this particular evening, he noticed a flatbed truck backed up to the loading dock with some strange equipment on it. He advised he then noticed the NUMEC owner, Dr. Zalman Shapiro, pacing around the loading dock while shipping and receiving foreman and NUMEC truck driver were loading flatbed truck backed up to the loading dock with some strange equipment on it. He advised he then noticed the NUMEC owner, Dr. Zalman Shapiro, pacing around the loading dock while shipping and receiving foreman and NUMEC truck driver were loading stove pipes that normally are used to store high-enriched uranium products, which he defined as 95% uranium. Bright polished aluminum canisters with yellow labels containing typewritten information and nuclear fan symbols. The interviewee, citing his natural curiosity, stated he observed another. He further advised he mentioned the threat he received from the personnel manager to his union steward, whereupon he claims he was visited by, quote, some union goons, and again told to keep his mouth shut. Hi, my name is GDF, and you can probably tell by the direction that this video is going in that I'm not very advertiser-friendly. For that reason, I rely completely on my patrons, subscribers, and donations. Dr. Zalman Mordecai Shapiro, that man pacing around the loading dock, had at one time been a chemist with the Atomic Energy Commission, and in 1957 he became a founder of NUMEC. He was also the subject of 51 FBI reports, 41 of which were classified secret. And in November of 1968, the FBI began physical surveillance and wiretapping of Shapiro, stating, "We are investigating Shapiro to determine extent of his relations with Israeli government." As head of Nuclear Materials and Equipment Corporation, Apollo, Pennsylvania, Shapiro has access to atomic energy material which could be most helpful to the Israelis. What worried the FBI were Shapiro's connections. Subject has been in contact on 2 occasions with Dr. Avraham Hermoni, scientific counselor, Israeli Embassy, Washington, D.C., and Israeli intelligence agent. Source has also disclosed contacts with a senior official of Israeli military intelligence, individuals associated with Israeli Atomic Energy Commission, and member of Israeli Internal Security Service. His loyalties as well were of concern. He is considering settling permanently in that country and, if necessary, would fight for Israel. FBI describes an awkward predicament. Subject and others involved in instant case, in addition to holding top positions in their respective fields, are very active and highly regarded in various Jewish organizations which exert some influence in this country, referring specifically to America's powerful Israel lobby. His affinity for Israel as well as his lobbying for the country were no secret, and he was quite open about it, stating in a 1984 oral history,
"I am working for the ZOA, and I'm a national officer. I'm a vice president. I work for the Federation. I'm also an officer of the American Technion Society. I'm a director of Hillel. I work for the ADL, and I work for..."
In other words, you work in every facet of the community?
Well,
Sounds like.
his Israel affinity would become a conflict of interest professionally, enough so that the FBI felt it appropriate to place him on their notorious security index. The index was a list of individuals to be placed under arrest without warrant in the event of, as FBI described, a national security emergency. The reason in Shapiro's case being that subject continues to solicit information for Israeli scientific censored personnel. Shapiro founded NUMEC in the late 1950s with close associate and owner of the Apollo Steel Company, David Lowenthal, who provided the seed capital. With it, they converted a portion of the steel mill into a uranium factory, pumping out up to 700 metric tons in a single year. But problems began in 1965. Write Howard Cohn and Barbara Newman for Rolling Stone, for its December 1st, 1977 edition, during a routine inventory, U.S. government inspectors discovered that a substantial amount of enriched uranium, enough for several atomic bombs, was missing from a Pennsylvania nuclear plant. Newman and Cohn write that the amount of material unaccounted for was 194 pounds, larger by far than any previous known discrepancy at other U.S. nuclear facilities, while also observing that approximately 22 pounds of enriched uranium are needed to make the smallest functional bomb. The number snowballed as there appeared to be a massive leak at the plant. As of October 31st, 1965, there were an astounding 382 pounds unaccounted for. By early 1967, the Atomic Energy Commission had re-inventoried the plant and found an additional 190 pounds unaccounted for, or 572 pounds in all.
Holy fuck.
According to the Rolling Stone sources, Israel continued to receive NUMEC uranium during the 1965-1966 period, despite increased U.S. scrutiny. Newman and Cohn further quote George Murphy Jr., then executive director of the Joint Committee on Atomic Energy. The JCAE was the atomic energy regulator of the U.S. Congress. With regard to the Commission's estimate that 366 of the 572 pounds had been lost through normal plant operations, Murphy ridiculed the Atomic Energy Commission's conclusion that 127 pounds of liquid uranium had run off into the nearby Kiski River as a possibility that could be entertained only if the plant had run 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, since before the Revolutionary War.
If that had run off into a local river, they bloody well notice it. And I'm pretty sure we didn't have the science, the theory, let alone the actual processing of uranium back in the 1850s and 60s. Pretty sure of that. So no. So this must have happened with the help of someone within the AEC or other departments in the US government. Delightful. Kept on denying they don't have nuclear weapons. Proof against this.
Suspicions arise when considering NUMEC's financials since, early on, this lost uranium was costing them millions in fines. In September 1966, the Atomic Energy Commission's press office revealed losses over many contracts have totaled approximately 178 kilograms of uranium-235, having a value of about $2 million. It seems curious the company could afford such an expense given NUMEC's financial data, provided by Roger J. Matson, who led a 1977 investigation of the NUMEC affair for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the Atomic Energy Commission's federal regulator. The $2.2 million in total charges was more than 4 times the Atomic Energy Commission's 1967 budget for research and development on nuclear material safeguards. The $2.2 million exceeded the initial capital used to form NUMEC. The $2.2 million was nearly 10 times the company's net income in its fiscal year ending September 30th, 1965. The $2.2 million was more than 50% of the company's long-term debt of $4.3 million at the end of its fiscal year 1965. However, $2.2 million was a bargain for securing the material needed for a fledgling nation to build its first atom bombs. Indeed, John Haddon, CIA station chief in Tel Aviv from 1963 to 1967, throughout the NUMEC affair, would testify to Congress that NUMEC had been an Israeli operation from the beginning, but the CIA had not been able to follow the money trail. The agency thought NUMEC had been financed by the owner of Apollo Steel Mill, Israeli War of Independence veteran David Lowenthal. In fact, Mr. Lowenthal himself was also known to law enforcement. David L. Lowenthal, who is reportedly closely associated with high-ranking officials of the Israeli government, fought for Israel as a freedom fighter in 1956, and who currently travels to Israel on the average of approximately once each month. Information known to the Bureau previously, whose Pittsburgh field office noted the same, and additionally, that Lowenthal is closely associated with high-ranking officials of the Israeli government and recently observed shaking hands with Prime Minister Ben-Gurion and Defense Minister Moshe Dayan in Israel. In February 1976, Carl E. Duckett briefed a small group from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Duckett served as CIA Deputy Director for Science and Technology. He was also CIA's leading expert on Israel's nuclear weapons program. One of those commissioners present was Victor Galinsky. Writing years later, what Duckett confirmed, to everyone's astonishment, was that the CIA believed that the nuclear explosives in Israel's first several bombs, about 100 kilograms of bomb-grade uranium in all, came from material that was missing at a U.S. naval nuclear fuel plant operated by the Nuclear Materials and Equipment Corporation in Apollo, Pennsylvania. The consequences are revealed by U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Warner Farr, writing in 1999 a history of the Israeli nuclear weapons program for the U.S. Air Force Counterproliferation Papers, a series prepared for policymakers. Farr writes, before the 1967 Six-Day War, they felt their nuclear facility threatened and reportedly assembled several nuclear devices. By the 1973 Yom Kippur War, Israel had a number of sophisticated nuclear bombs, deployed them, and considered using them. Additionally, Israel has most probably conducted several nuclear bomb tests. Israel's nuclear capability was known to CIA. A summary of the February 1976 Duckett briefing from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission notes that Duckett had related that CIA had drafted a national intelligence estimate on Israel's nuclear capability in 1968. He then showed it to CIA Director Richard Helms. Helms told him not to publish it, and he would take it up with President Johnson. Mr. Helms later related that he had spoken to the president, that the president was concerned, and that he had said, "Don't tell anyone else, even Dean Rusk and Robert McNamara." Indeed, President Lyndon Johnson found the information so sensitive that it be kept from Secretary of State Dean Rusk and Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. The scale of Israel's nuclear arsenal by April of 1976 was reported in Time magazine. At a briefing for a group...
What the fuck? So that's the president. Damn, I've forgotten the other guy. Not telling Secretary of State, who's basically their foreign minister, essentially, and the head of defense, the Department of Defense. This is just astounding. America, what the fuck? You do know that is classed as proliferation, don't you? Yeah? You should have been preventing Israel, from them obtaining nuclear capability.
Of American space experts in Washington recently, an official of the Central Intelligence Agency estimated that Israel had between 10 and 20 nuclear weapons available for use. The CIA official was none other than Carl Duckett himself, who let the information slip to members of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. In fact, Time has learned, Israel possesses a nuclear arsenal of 13 atomic bombs, assembled, stored, and ready to be dropped on enemy forces from specially equipped Kafir and Phantom fighters or Jericho missiles. These weapons have a 20-kiloton yield, roughly as powerful as those that obliterated Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Describing how close the world came to nuclear war, Time reports that after midnight on the morning of October 9th, during the Yom Kippur War, Defense Minister Moshe Dayan solemnly warned Premier Golda Meir, "This is the end of the Third Temple." Mrs. Meir thereupon gave Dayan permission to activate Israel's doomsday weapons. As each bomb was assembled, it was rushed off to waiting Air Force units. Before any triggers were set, however, the battle on both fronts turned in Israel's favor. The 13 bombs were sent to desert arsenals where they remain today, still ready for use. As reported in the Christian Science Monitor, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger even received a message from Brezhnev stating that Moscow was contemplating unilateral military steps in the Middle East. And late at night on October 24, 1973, American troops all over the world were put on alert. DEFCON 3, the highest state of armed forces readiness for peacetime conditions. The year before, the CIA judged the veracity of the NUMEC story in a memo titled Possible Diversion of Weapons-Grade Nuclear Materials to Israel by Officials of the Nuclear Materials and Equipment Corporation. As CIA put it, diversion of special nuclear materials to Israel by Dr. Shapiro and his associates is a distinct possibility. Lead-coated or nickel-plated, it would present no radiation hazard and could have easily gone by diplomatic pouch or Israel merchant ship or even El Al Airlines. Transportation of diverted material to Israel would have been a simple matter. Indeed, in a top-secret strategy document from July 1969 from Henry Kissinger to President Nixon, there is circumstantial evidence that some fissionable material available for Israel's weapons development was illegally obtained from the United States by about 1965. This is one program on which the Israelis have persistently deceived us and may even have stolen from us.
They did.
This allegation was echoed in an embarrassing leak of the CIA's Special National Intelligence Estimate for 1974, which was released in almost unredacted form in 1978. We believe that Israel has already produced nuclear weapons. Israel has gone to great effort to obtain uranium concentrate. It has sought this material clandestinely, followed by a redaction. Another CIA source from April of 1977 adds further doubt to the Atomic Energy Commission's official story. A note from Anthony A. Lapham, the CIA's general counsel to CIA Associate Deputy Director for Operations Theodore Shackley, reads, "As I understand it, the investigations of NUMEC are related to the possibility that nuclear material may have been diverted, and apparently at least the Energy Research and Development Administration has concluded there is no evidence of diversion. However, that conclusion is difficult to square with our intelligence information."
Oh, bloody bet it is.
An amusing example from the same year, a CIA memorandum for the record containing a summary of Carl Duckett's testimony to congressional staffers. When asked how stolen uranium could conceivably be transported out of the United States, Duckett responded he had no first-hand knowledge of the topic, followed by redactions of the remainder of his 3-page-long response. Investigations of Dr. Zalman Mordecai Shapiro focused attention on his ties to Israeli intelligence from the beginning, as we've seen. In October 1968, FBI Pittsburgh reports a request from a group of Israelis to visit the NUMEC plant at Apollo. One of them was Dr. Avraham Hermoni, a member of the Israeli intelligence service, who was known to be engaged in the establishment of a technical intelligence network in the United States, and that prior to his assignment as scientific counselor of the Israeli Embassy, Washington, D.C., he was intimately connected with Israeli efforts to develop nuclear weapons in his capacity as Technical Director, Armament Development Authority, Ministry of Defense. Another visitor was the notorious Rafi Eitan, later spy handler of Jonathan Pollard. Interestingly enough, the NUMEC affair is apparently not taboo in the Israeli press. Indeed, when in 2015 the Jerusalem Post published an article on the life of now 88-year-old Eitan, they included in his career summary involvement in the diversion of highly enriched uranium from an American nuclear fuel plant, the Apollo affair. A 1978 report from the General Accounting Office concluded that federal agencies failed to investigate the NUMEC.
Well, that's brazen. When people show you who they are, believe them. There we go.
Affair. We believe a timely, concerted effort on the part of these 3 agencies would have greatly aided and possibly solved the NUMEC diversion questions if they desired to do so. Difficulties in properly investigating the affair include a lack of transparency, troves of documents unreleased or released with extraordinary redactions. The CIA's caginess is exhibited in a secret 1979 memo from then Acting Deputy Director for Operations John Stein, ordering to advise the General Accounting Office that we cannot declassify our report because of the need to have a coordinated executive branch position and our desire to protect a sensitive and valuable liaison equity. In their seminal work, The Israel Lobby and U.S. Foreign Policy, John Mersheimer and Stephen Walt observe that the irony is hard to miss. The United States has pressured many other states to join the Non-Proliferation Treaty, imposed sanctions on countries that have defied U.S. wishes and acquired nuclear weapons anyway, gone to war in 2003 to prevent Iraq from pursuing weapons of mass destruction, and contemplated attacking Iran and North Korea for the same reason. Yet Washington has long subsidized an ally whose clandestine weapons of mass destruction activities are well known, and whose nuclear arsenal has given several of its neighbors a powerful incentive to seek weapons of mass destruction themselves. It's difficult, or virtually impossible for us to even know what the Israeli nuclear arsenal has become. Just days after the October 7th, 2023 attack on Israel, we'll remember that an Israeli lawmaker of the ruling Likud party called for use of a Jericho missile, strategic alert, before considering the introduction of forces, doomsday weapon. This is my opinion. May God preserve all our strength. And Amichai Eliyahu, Israel's Minister of Heritage, who also suggested dropping a nuclear bomb on the Gaza Strip. Haaretz intelligence correspondent Yossi Melman dismisses these officials as messianic and far-right. Though is this
That is pure lunacy. They can't drop a nuclear weapon on the Gaza Strip. It would affect Israel as well, and the West Bank, and all the neighbouring countries around it. So they can't use them. They would suffer from the fallout, as well as lots of other countries as well. So them even just mentioning that they would use them, they're either completely psychotic, which I'm thinking some of them are, or they're that desperate to completely wipe out the Palestinian people in the area, not caring if they suffered from the fallout as well. You can't make this stuff up. You really can't.
observation enough to quell the anxieties of those fearing nuclear holocaust in the Middle East? After all, Messianic and far-right officials lead powerful ministries in the current government of Israel, including religious Zionist Bezalel Smotrich, Israel's finance minister, and Itamar Ben-Gvir, Israel's national security minister and leader of the Jewish Power Party, the same party as Heritage Minister Amichai Eliyahu. The sustained and continuous rise in political power of the Messianic right in Israel is well documented. Perhaps most terrifyingly of all, the sheer power of such mystery weapons can only be speculated, though there are some troubling hints in the history. If we remember the history of the Israeli nuclear weapons program for the U.S. Air Force Counterproliferation Papers, U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Werner Farr noted that considerable collaboration between Israel and South Africa developed and continued through the 1970s and 1980s. South Africa became Israel's primary supplier of uranium.
So look, there you go, another apartheid state. So it's two apartheid states helping each other obtain weapons against an internationally recognised treaty. Unfucking believable.
In a disturbing development, in 1987, the Institute for Defense Analysis prepared a report for the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense, which declared that the Israelis are developing the kind of codes which will enable them to make hydrogen bombs. All the more troubling when considering the fact that, according to former Nuclear Regulatory Commissioner Victor Galinsky, on September 22, 1979, a U.S. Vela satellite designed to detect nuclear tests registered a signal over the Indian Ocean that was generally believed in the U.S. intelligence community to indicate an Israeli nuclear test carried out with South African cooperation. And the government covered it up. This conclusion was politically awkward for the Carter administration, then trying to mediate Mideast peace. The president's science advisor brought together a group of prominent non-governmental scientists for a narrow review of the event. The panel came up with the inventive interpretation that the light signal detected by the satellite came not from the ocean surface far away, but rather from reflections from tiny particles that happened to pass in front of the satellite detector in exactly the right way to imitate a bomb signal. The White House panel discounted data from ionospheric disturbances recorded by a radio telescope in Puerto Rico that was consistent with the bomb interpretation of the satellite data. Additionally, The Vela satellite experts at the Los Alamos laboratory are still convinced their satellite recorded a nuclear test.
It did.
The worrisome part? The technical significance of such a test was that it would have indicated Israel was developing hydrogen weapons, for which testing is essential, and thus its weapons program was then already highly advanced.
Okay, this is from Breakthrough News. This is Greater Israel Explained.
What is Greater Israel? This recently came up after this article in one of the main English-language Israeli newspapers, the Jerusalem Post, went viral. The article was called, "Is Lebanon Part of Israel's Promised Territory?" and it explains the origins of a concept called Greater Israel. The article reads, "In the last generation, the term Greater Israel has come to the forefront. It's sometimes used in political or religious discussions about the ideal or future borders of Israel, often in the context of messianic or Zionist aspirations. Some interpret it as a call for the reestablishment of Israel's biblical borders. However, the concept varies in meaning, ranging from symbolic or spiritual interpretations to literal geographic claims." Greater Israel has been a topic of discussion, especially after Israel's attacks in Lebanon, which revealed a deeper desire within Israel's extreme right to actually begin Jewish settlement in Lebanon. The so-called Israeli Movement for Settlement in Southern Lebanon posted a map of the sites of prospective Jewish settlements with all the Arabic names replaced with Hebrew names. This ideology has had a resurgence lately, largely because Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu formed his coalition government with Messianic Zionist parties. There's a whole documentary by TRT about this called Holy Redemption: Stealing Palestinian Land, and it's worth watching, but this video will focus on the history of the concept. The article in the Jerusalem Post was taken down, but you can read it by using an internet archive site like archive.org, and the article says, quote, "Greater Israel refers to the concept of the biblical boundaries of the land of Israel as promised to the Jewish people in various parts of the Torah. It's often associated with the land described in the covenant with Abraham, which stretches from the river of Egypt to the Prat River." And then it quotes the Torah, "When Hashem, God, promised Abraham the land of Israel," the verse says, "On that day, God made a covenant with Abraham, saying, 'To your descendants I have given this land from the river of Egypt to the great river the Euphrates,'" which is Mesopotamia or modern-day Iraq. While it has religious origins, the Greater Israel concept is referenced from the very first days of the Zionist movement. The Zionist movement was the movement of European Jews who wanted Jews in Europe to move to Palestine to create a Jewish state. One of the first mentions of Greater Israel is written in the founder of the Zionist movement, Theodor Herzl's diary in 1898, just 1 year after the first Zionist Congress. On page 711 of his diary, Herzl describes the geographic proposal for a hypothetical Jewish state and says that the area demanded will be from the Brook of Egypt to the Euphrates. He then goes on to describe how this area will be slowly transferred from an Arab majority to a Jewish majority. The Zionist movement first presented this map showing what a future Jewish state would look like at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, the conference where the World War I surrender terms were being signed. The empires that had won the war, Britain, France, Italy, and Japan, were dividing up the colonies of the losers, the Ottoman and German empires. One of the territories the Ottoman Empire lost was this area here, the Levant. The Levant is the heart of 3,000 years of Arab civilization. For centuries, they lived under the Ottoman Empire, but the empire's collapse during World War I brought hope that Arabs might finally be able to govern themselves. Instead of that, however, the Allied powers took over and created entirely new countries based on completely arbitrary boundaries. The map of the Middle
This carving up of that area was called the Sykes-Picot Agreement between one of our ministers here, who is Sykes, and the French one, Picot. They would carve it up. We would get the Levant and Transjordan, because we still had Egypt at that point, so we would have all that area there. Then France would get other parts to the east, Iraq. I can't quite remember. Give me a second, actually. I'll check and I'll tell you. Okay. Sykes-Picot. Oh, what the hell? Come on. Huh. Ah, Sykes-Picot Agreement. Here we go. Was a 1916 secret treaty between the United Kingdom and France with assent, approval essentially, from Russia and Italy to define their mutually agreed spheres of influence and control in an eventual partition of the Ottoman Empire. What the hell? Go. Images. Ah, okay. Damn it. Okay. So we would keep British control would be Iraq and Kuwait. The French would have Syria, parts of Turkey. My God, we sliced up where the Kurds were living. Shouldn't be surprised by that. So we had Transjordan, the West Bank. Technically, Israel didn't exist when this treaty was signed. It was all the Palestinian Mandate. So that was us. We were in control of that there. So, this is unbelievable.
Pencils and straight edges at a meeting at 10 Downing Street in London, which is the British Prime Minister's office, by two British and French diplomats named Mark Sykes and Francois Picot. Under the all-too-familiar colonial guise of protecting minorities, the European powers drew states that intentionally divided the region along the lines of sect. This is deeply ironic because Arabs are often accused of being sectarian, that religious and ethnic conflict is just part of their culture. But these distinctions between Christians and Muslims, Shia and Sunni, Arab and Kurd, were really exploited and exaggerated by the British and French, not Arabs. They literally tried to bake conflict into these countries, a legacy which still hasn't gone away today. This divide and conquer strategy is the textbook strategy of colonialism and can be observed in just about every single colonial situation in history. Part of the British strategy in Palestine was to hand over their mandate to the pro-Western, pro-colonial Zionist movement. The Paris Peace Conference of 1919, where the British and French were dividing up the spoils of World War I, is where the Zionist movement first presented its proposal for the borders of a future Jewish state. The map presented by then leading Zionist activist and future first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, was drawn by the World Zionist Organization and included the East Bank, which is the eastern side of the Jordan River, part of southern Lebanon, and the Egyptian Sinai. The map was rejected by Britain and France, and what followed was a long debate over what the borders of the future Jewish state should be. One of the leading proponents of expansive settlement was this guy, Zev Jabotinsky, a leader of the hard-right revisionist wing of the Zionist movement. At the 1931 Zionist Congress, Jabotinsky actually split the Zionist movement over the question of Transjordan being included in a future Jewish state because he felt it was such a crucial aspect. This is notable because Jabotinsky is considered the ideological forefather of the Likud party, the party of Benjamin Netanyahu. His most famous writing, The Iron Wall, is an essay he wrote in 1923 that argued that there would never be a voluntary agreement over European settlement in Palestine because, in his own words, there's never been a historical instance of a colonial project getting consent from the native population. He argued the only way a Jewish state could be established is if Jewish settlers create an iron wall which the natives couldn't breach. The essay is only 7 pages long, and it's definitely worth reading. Israel declares independence in 1948, but in its entire history, Israel's never actually defined its own borders. Israel's borders have changed almost constantly in its 70-year history because it's always conquering or trying to conquer more land. In 1948, Israel expelled Palestinians into neighboring countries to create a Jewish majority state. In 1967, Israel fought the Six-Day War. The popular Israeli narrative of this war is that all of the Arab governments woke up one day and randomly attacked Israel because they hate Jews. But the truth is, Israel provoked a war with the Arab states intentionally. This was openly admitted by several high-level Israeli generals after the war. Matthew Peled, one of the Israeli commanders in the Six-Day War, told the Israeli newspaper Haaretz the thesis that the danger of genocide was hanging over us in June 1967 and that Israel was fighting for its physical existence is only a bluff, which was born and developed after the war. In the 1967 war, Israel conquers all of historic Palestine, the Egyptian Sinai, and the Syrian Golan Heights, more than doubling its territory. The UN does force Israel to return the Sinai, but Israel refuses to leave the Syrian Golan Heights, which is still under Israeli occupation today. One of the major turning points for Israel is its 1982 invasion of Lebanon. It was Israel's first attempt at a major occupation of a country outside of historic Palestine. But even before Israel's invasion, it had been using Christian sects in Lebanon as proxies to fight the Palestinian liberation fighters in the south of the country. Lebanese Christian fascists famously served as the trigger pullers in the Israeli-orchestrated Sabra and Shatila massacres, where 3,000 Palestinian refugees were executed over the course of a day and a half in what the UN General Assembly condemned as an act of genocide. One of the visions for Israel's long-term Shitron, the strategy paper called A Strategy for Israel in the 1980s, which was published by the World Zionist Organization's ideological journal Kivunim, or Directions in Hebrew, explains in thorough detail how Israel should exploit the sectarian divisions in other Arab countries as they did in Lebanon in a larger strategy to fracture the Arab world. It says, quote, "The Muslim Arab world is built like a temporary house of cards, put together by foreigners without the wishes and desires of the inhabitants having been taken into account. It was arbitrarily divided into 19 states, all made of combinations of minorities and ethnic groups which are hostile to one another, so that every Arab Muslim state nowadays faces ethnic social destruction from within, and in some, a civil war is already raging." Then it goes on to say, Syria is fundamentally no different from Lebanon. The real civil war taking place nowadays between the Sunni majority and the Shia Alawite ruling minority testifies to the severity of the domestic trouble. Iraq is, once again, no different in essence from its neighbors, although its majority is Shia and the ruling minority is Sunni. It then lays out its strategy for what it calls the Eastern Front. The dissolution of Syria and Iraq later on into ethnically or religiously unique areas such as in Lebanon is Israel's primary target. In the long run, while the dissolution of the military power of those states serves as the primary short-term target, Syria will fall apart in accordance with its ethnic and religious structure. This state of affairs will be the guarantee for peace and security in the area in the long run, meaning for Israel, and that aim is already within our reach today. If you observe the strategy followed by Benjamin Netanyahu throughout his career, it follows this strategy almost exactly. In 2002, he urged Congress to invade Iraq over the weapons of mass destruction it never had. The US occupation plunged Iraq into a bloody sectarian civil war by manipulating balances between the Shia and Sunni Muslims. In a situation where neutrality actually meant for Israel undermining both sides in a civil war. And of course, in Lebanon today, we see Israel collectively punishing the Lebanese people and then telling non-Muslims to blame Muslims for Israeli airstrikes. My question for you is, how long will you tolerate this? Israel has killed over 40,000 people in Gaza, and if you include non-combat deaths, that number is conservatively estimated to be around 200,000. Immediately after committing the most well-documented attempt to wipe out an entire city in history, Israel turns around and commits an attack that turns civilian mobile devices into a theater of war, kills around 1,000 people in the span of 2 or 3 days, and then assassinates the very person likely to trigger a regional war. Israel has proven at every single juncture in the last year that it is the greatest threat to world peace right now. I've heard a lot of people describe this as the cause of our time, and while there are very few moments in history where there's a system of government that's so inhumane and so repugnant that the world unites against it, it has happened. And if Israel's actions don't merit that, then what does? The passage of a UN resolution calling for an arms embargo against Israel was a good start, but it actually needs to be enforced. And I'll just say on a parting note that the cartoonish caricature of the Middle East as a region that's just hopelessly condemned to thousand-year-old ethnic and religious conflicts is one of the greatest lies that's ever been perpetuated in the post-9/11 era. This narrative, which convinced millions of people that turmoil and conflict were intrinsic parts of Arab society, concealed the reality that these were really intrinsic parts of British and French colonial strategy and US world domination. After the 1919 Paris Peace Conference, an American fact-finding mission was created to survey the opinions of the people of the Levant to see what kind of future government they wanted. Taken in 1919, the King Crane Commission surveyed 1,520 villages in Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, and Transjordan. Of the 2.5 million Muslims, 500,000 Christians, 100,000 Jews, and 100,000 Druze that were surveyed, a full 80% of respondents voted for this option here. Greater Syria, which was the concept for a unified pan-Arab state that would have combined Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, and Transjordan into one country. Greater Syria obviously never came into fruition because it would have been unacceptable to the colonial powers of the time, but it's interesting to think back on given what we know today. The whole thesis of that 1982 Israeli strategy memo was premised on the idea that Pan-Arabism was dead. But if anything, the last year has shown us that Pan-Arabism is still highly relevant not just to the question of Palestine, but the region as a whole. For the last 30 years, Israel's been normalizing its presence in the region by making peace agreements with Arab states one by one, thereby isolating the issue of Palestine and creating a permanent beachhead for US and Israeli imperialism. But the last year not only shattered this possibility, it showed definitively that the mass of Arab people still consider the Palestinian cause an Arab cause and a cause of their own, and refuse to see it abandoned like their leaders have. It's not surprising that the 1982 memo was contingent on the absence of Arab unity. Unity has always spelled the downfall of empires, and Israel isn't likely to be an exception.
Bloody hell. So brilliant. Blood on my government's hands. Fantastic. And with that memo from 1982, I didn't know that about that one. I should have actually. Naughty me. Need to do more research. Ugh. This idea of Greater Israel is just our imperialism that they've hooked onto of the American government and minds, unfortunately, which is just sickening to me. Ugh. Unbelievable.
Okay, connection is better. I'm glad we solved that. And it's so good to see your face. I hope you are safe. I know you're coming to us from Beirut, where Eugene and I were just talking about this latest horrific airstrike where they targeted 2 residential buildings, completely destroying one of them in central Beirut. Before.
Okay. Ah, bloody hell.
Before we get into some deeper questions, can you just update us on what's going on? Rumors are that they targeted in this strike for assassination Wafid Safa, which is Hezbollah's liaison and coordinations unit head, who is a political figure. I will remind people, not a military figure. So please, I'll let you take it from there.
Yes, exactly. I mean, there's been 18 people killed. That's the latest update, and 97 injured. I was just downstairs because my cousin's fiance, a very young girl, literally, I was called by my cousin that they live in the neighborhood there, and she was terrified, in shock. She was safe, but they needed to move, so we were giving her keys for another apartment to do so. I mean, they're targeting. It's like they've run out of their so-called bank of targets, and now it's anyone is game, basically. I mean, there is no point, there's no reason why they would target a politician, because that's what he is at the end of the day. He's an official. He's not a military man. He's not one of the intelligence corps. He's, he should not be on. No one should be on their list, in effect. But definitely not Wafid Safa. That's the excuse. Irrespective of the excuse, Rania, as you know, the two areas today that were targeted, one is called Nuwairi and the other one is Basta, the upper Basta. These are really heavily populated civilian areas or neighborhoods. And the last time they did Beirut, they actually used a drone missile, which went straight into one apartment, although the building was a 7th-floor apartment. Today, they didn't. One of the buildings is a 4th-floor apartment, which was totally destroyed, and the other one is heavily damaged. So they literally went for the entire building, even though there are civilians and families, residents living in that building. Whether Wafid Safa is there or not is not the point anymore. To kill, they're killing at random. Earlier today, they targeted 3 buildings in the Bekaa Valley. These were residential buildings again, and there were like quite a number of casualties between were killed and those who were injured. So Israel is just basically, excuse me, having a free hand in Lebanon. And the worst part is no one in the West is actually even attempting to stop it. You know, they broadcast what they want to do. They say we want to invade. They say we want to take this country, that country, and the other. They say we're going to target these hit lists. You know, they put lead target, and then they cry that they're the victims. I mean, I really can't understand anymore how this is happening.
You know, one of the factors that I think, for those of us who are our viewers in the West that they get is, Israel is constantly claiming, and the U.S. media is constantly repeating that, they're degrading Hezbollah, they're destroying Hezbollah, they're assassinating all these leaders to destroy their infrastructure. And I mean, I just wonder what you think about that, because I think obviously the Israelis have had a long-term policy of extermination against the leaders of any resistance group of any sort. Is this kind of like terroristic bombing something that can destroy or uproot Hezbollah as a movement, as an idea moving forward?
Not at all. And we saw that attempt even in Gaza when they said, they want to eradicate or eliminate Hamas. I mean, Hezbollah is a cause. It's not about a man or a leadership. It's an entire cause. It's a population. It's a Shiite community. It's about the South in its entirety. So even if they eliminate leadership, they thought that by eliminating Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah and the top hierarchy, that they will actually, that the organization will actually crumble. It will stop being. But they're making mistakes every single time. It's not mistakes that they don't know about. It's mistakes that they know, and they keep on repeating because that's their excuse. That's their justification, because they really want to go on a rampant and kill. So eliminating the leadership does not end or seize the organization. Neither does it end or seize the cause, which is the people, which is their freedom, which is the reality that they want to live on their own territory, on their own land, whether Israel wants it or not. So by eliminating leadership, immediately new leadership are fill in the gap, basically, be it from the military side or the intelligence side or the leadership. So far, okay, Hezbollah has not actually appointed or anointed its new general secretary, and it will do so in due time. But that does not cease. And let's say they eliminate the entire hierarchy of Hezbollah. That will be refilled, within days or within weeks. It will be refilled. And even if they did that, that does not end the fact that there are people fighting for their freedom, for their right to exist, for Israel to stop occupying, and for Israel actually to stop aggressing, because that's the most important thing. Israel is the bully in the region, and all it does is aggress and then cry wolf. And this has become a norm for it. But no, you cannot kill an ideology, you cannot kill a cause, and you cannot kill an entire population or an entire community which runs in the millions. So I don't think it's going to work. We know it's work. They want to work, but they go ahead and do it anyway.
The political side. So while Israel is trying to degrade Hezbollah militarily, the U.S. is trying to weaken Hezbollah politically by pressuring the government to appoint a president who is to the U.S.'s liking, who then they would like to basically squeeze Hezbollah out of the political field. And we know Hezbollah was elected in 2022 again to serve in parliament. They're a part of the largest parliamentary bloc. And before I get your answer on that, because a part of this is also trying to exacerbate sectarian tensions in the U.S. with the same typical characters we're used to. We're used to the U.S. doing this. We're used to the Israelis doing this. But Benjamin Netanyahu, a couple days ago, actually put out a video addressed to the Lebanese, but of course in English, so it was really meant for the West. And I just want to show a clip from that video and then get your reaction to the idea in it. Can we please play that clip?
You deserve to restore Lebanon to its days of tranquility. You deserve a Lebanon that is different. One country, one flag, one people. Don't let these terrorists destroy your future any more than they've already done. Stand up and take your country back. You have an opportunity to save Lebanon before it falls into the abyss of a long war that will lead to destruction and suffering like we see in Gaza. It doesn't have to be that way.
God, I should have put a trigger warning on that because I feel like traumatized just seeing this man's face at this point. But, he essentially was calling for the Lebanese to start either kill each other or they will turn Lebanon into Gaza. So I'm just curious, your response to these clear attempts to try to reignite civil unrest in Lebanon along sectarian lines.
Anything more that actually ignite a civil unrest, because that would weaken Hezbollah, which is concentrating now all its all its fighting in the south, and will not be able to so is the assumption anyway, that will not be able to handle an internal war. Either way, whether Hezbollah is able to handle that or not is not the point. It's the fact that you have a so-called prime minister of so-called entity, right, that is actually telling the Lebanese what they should or shouldn't do. I mean, how dare he? The audacity of that is just staggering. He should be looking internally to clean his own house. And since when does Netanyahu lecture the Lebanese? Since when does Netanyahu actually even give Lebanese Zionists that are in the country? And they can be even more hardliners than the actual Zionists themselves. So this address is meant for them. And yes, he is attempting to start a civil war in Lebanon. And on top of that, he's pretending that he wants peace in Lebanon, or he wants peace anywhere for that matter, when in fact they want a piece of Lebanon. Smotrich was out a couple of days ago in some interview with the French TV. Literally, he spelled it out. I mean, they're telling the world what they want to do. They're announcing their terrorist acts. They're announcing their hit lists. They're announcing the fact that they want to that they're expansionists and they want to take this country and that country. They're announcing everything, and then they come and try and preach to us that they want peace. If you want peace, you should cease from bombing Lebanon. What was the bombing tonight about? Assuming you have this one target, you bring down 2 buildings and kill over 20 civilians and nearly 100 civilians to get your one target. That is not going to resolve any issue. If anything, people are now more drawn towards Hezbollah. people are now going to fight even more, and people will never accept peace with Israel. And definitely, they're not going to accept the Americans or the Israelis imposing a new president. We all know what happened when they did that in 1982. And this could just be another repeat of that. There is no way that the Lebanese, or a huge sector of the Lebanese, is going to accept the Americans to dictate who becomes president. And really, when you have a full-fledged war going on in the country, with the possibility of a full-fledged invasion, because it looks like that's what he wants to do, this is not the time to be discussing whether Lebanon has or hasn't a president, or whether one needs to assign a president now. So that's not going to wash with many, but it will wash with a certain sector, as you know.
You know, I'm glad you raised this issue of a hit list as well, because Rania brought to my attention an interesting graphic that I think was on Channel 12, maybe Channel 14, Israeli News. Hopefully we can maybe pull this graphic
Channel
up, but sort
14.
of the targets of people they want to kill. And there's a lot of notable things here, but the thing that really struck me is one of the images is Grand Ayatollah Sistani from Iraq. Maybe some people might argue the top leader of
Ayatollah Sistani. You have no idea what the ripple effect of that would be. And this time, I'm serious when we're saying this. I know sometimes people say, you know, if something happens, it's going to cause this, it's going to trigger that. On this occasion, if Ayatollah Sistani is touched, right, together with Sayyid Khamenei, these are the two most revered, if you want, and the most senior Shiite clerics in the world. And Sistani definitely is sometimes said to be the even you know the bigger name. That does not then just end with Iraq responding or Lebanon responding, the Shiites in Iraq, I mean, or the Shiites in Lebanon. You're talking the tens of millions of Shiites around the world that will not accept it, because for them, these are the scholars that they refer to. It's like literally you saying that we're going to kill the Pope, okay? That's how serious this is. It's an offense to say it religiously, to make such an announcement. And it's actually quite, it goes against every international law in the world that you're actually broadcasting a hit list of senior clerics that are leaders in their own countries, of sovereign countries, and you dare say that. And still, like I said at the beginning of this interview, the world pats Israel on the back and says Israel has the right to defend itself. I'm sorry, Israel here is the aggressor. And I'll tell you what, Lebanon has the right to defend itself by the same token. So does Iraq, so does Iran, so does Yemen, so does Syria. These are the axes at the moment that are being attacked by. There will be a major war in the region. And mark my words, that would be the case.
Well, speaking of major wars in the region, there's another element of this escalation that everybody's waiting for, and that is Israel's response to Iran's retaliation from last week, when Iran sent 180 ballistic missiles at Israel and rained down. I mean, it was pretty incredible to see, because we've never seen missiles like that rain down on Tel Aviv, but we saw it this time. And the Israelis for the last week have been promising all kinds of things. They've been promising to punish Iran, to perhaps strike oil facilities, to perhaps even strike their nuclear facilities. They've been coordinating with the Americans. You've covered so many wars across the region, Hella. Both, you know, the dirty wars and the, you know, wars between armies. What do you see happening here? Do you think this is going to lead to a tit for tat that becomes regular between the Israelis and Iran? Like, where does this end? What happens next?
Well, Iran has made it very clear that, I mean, let's make something clear, because I think it's important for the audience to know. When Iran fired those 180 missiles, it did not fire them out of a vacuum. It was in response to Israeli attacks inside of Iran when they assassinated the political leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, and obviously for assassinating the General Secretary of Lebanon, Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, and for attacks that they've carried out against Iran over a period of time. So the particular attack was in response. It was a reprisal. It was a response. It was a reaction. And they have the right to do just like Israel does. Now Israel is going to attack Iran again. And it pretends it's attacking Iran again because Iran attacked it. But that's not the case. So if Israel wants to do this, Iran has made it very, very clear that on this occasion, if they thought the 180 was very small or didn't do enough, then this time they will rain down on Israel a lot more than they did there. So far, Iran has not even been using its, if you want, its latest missiles or weaponry that can do a lot more damage. Iran also, when it fired 180, it was very, very careful to fire them against military targets, not civilian targets. Unlike Israel, again, if you look at the Axis attacks over the last year, they have continuously been targeting military installations or military targets, objectives. Whereas on the Israeli side, they just target civilians. They had, so the higher moral ground is with the Axis. Now, like I said, Iran said they will rain down missiles on Israel like no tomorrow. And I think on this occasion, there won't be red lines. Again, it depends how far Israel's attack against Iran is. They're talking about oil installments, although I think the Americans are trying to say no to that. There was a point when talking about the nuclear facilities of Iran, or at least and again, that could cause huge disaster. So we'll see how far they want to go, and I think it depends on how far Israel does for Iran's response to be. If Israel really goes somewhere where it shouldn't, then Iran is not going to hold back on this time. On the other hand, there may be attempts by the West, that we don't know about. I'm hoping that's the case, whereby they're saying to Israel, okay, you need to do something, or you feel like you need to do something, minimize it and get it over with, and let's close this chapter. Because if this continues to go, like you said, Rania, it will become a tit for tat. I think this time, Sayyid Khamenei is taking the lead on this. The reprisal for Ismail Haniyeh, as you know, should have come many months, much earlier. He was very clear about, if you want, the directive that he gave, that something like this had happened in their territory, under their protection, has to be responded to. The new president opted because he was convinced that the Americans were telling him that, look, Israel is not going to attack again, and there's going to be a ceasefire in Gaza, and everything is going to become, nice and daisy, basically. So he went for that. But after Sayyid Nasrallah and after another attack on Iran, so I think Sayyid Khamenei used his executive powers, which he has, but unlike others, he's not a dictator, so he doesn't like to impose them. But on this occasion, he went above everybody and said, we need to respond. And he's taking the lead now by saying, should Israel dare to re-attack Iran, then the reprisal is going to be much, much harder. So yes, like you said, we could see this escalating. I hope not for the region. But then again, we're going to wait and see. I think today Netanyahu was having a phone call with Biden to discuss how far they go in their attack. I mean, whether he heeds or not is another story. As you know, the man is unhinged. Sorry, but he's a lunatic on the loose, basically. And no one seems able to stop him or to tackle him. And he's just doing what he wants.
Mm-hmm. Well, Hala, we really appreciate you joining us here. Hopefully everyone is going to go read your book if they haven't already, Hezbollah, Born with a Vengeance. But thanks for giving us some of your time here in the Freedom Side.
Thank you very much for having me, and good evening to you too. Rania, I'll catch you later. Thank you.
Yes. Stay safe.
Something very odd happened. Keir Starmer declared donations, he says, in line with the rules, and the press have actually identified that there's something wrong with this and reported on it reasonably accurately. Why is this odd? Because the British press aggressively tries hard to not notice things that, like, children would understand as wrong. This sudden tendency towards deciding it's important the British public are actually informed hasn't gone unnoticed, and in some circles that I run in, it's been given a name: the Great Noticing. Basically, there are things that are on the public record that anyone can access that the public could do with being informed about, and they're just sort of not mentioned very often. By the combination of factors leading to all this noticing going on about Keir Starmer, which appears to have properly spun out some of the centrist pro-Starmer types who are vaguely media adjacent. I guess we could call it the meltosphere, which brings me to the serious questions behind this video. What can we understand about the recent events in the UK from the way the press has reported on certain figures? And no, this isn't just going to be the press is partisan, because we know that. And this phenomena occurs across the party political spectrum. An example is the series of scandals and events that precipitated the downfall of Boris Johnson, almost entirely a function of the press deciding that he was in fact exactly who he was all along, and that it was suddenly important that the British public be aware of it. That being said, they seem to have gone back to just treating him with kids' gloves, if this latest Laura Kuenssberg mistake is anything to go by. It is interesting that journalists absolutely knew about the Partygate scandal before it was broken as a story, like a long time before. In fact, I think one of the parties that got caught up in the scandal was reported on in a very minor story as it happened, which I think raises some legitimate questions, in the same way that some information that would have been discoverable before the election has now apparently become really important for the public to know about. So that's what we're trying to figure out today. Why is there a...
This is SK the Crusader. He is a YouTube and Twitch streamer. He is amazing. And this is a funny little video called "Has the British Press Suddenly Got Weirdly Good at Noticing Things?" Oh, and about the parties, the journalists at the different papers and broadcasters knew about it as they were happening. Some of the time even they were there at said parties during lockdown. So they were waiting for an opportune moment for their own gain before telling us, the British people, on whom they're meant to be serving, essentially giving us the essential information we need to know about the government and what they're doing and how they're ruining our lives.
A lot of noticing happening all of a sudden in the past few years. And can we prove that this actually has an impact on anything? Maybe the last election? Who knows? Maybe. But before we dive into it, I want to say, if you're enjoying it so far, like, subscribe, all of the good stuff. And I just want to say that this is going to be kind of a lighter video, a shorter video. I'm just going to... We're yapping here. We're just going to chat shit a little bit, because I need to do something that is not super detailed and super scripted. So we're just going to do some light, easy, fun, chatting shit. All right? That's just what we're doing. We'll get back to, like, the actual stuff, I don't know, sometime soon. But for now, let's start chatting shit, I guess. Let me ask the British people watching this a question. If you're not British, you're exempt, you don't need to respond. Why did we get this election result? It's actually kind of weird. Normally, when a party loses an election, the press hyper-focuses on its leadership election and tries to berate the candidates for its leadership into providing their own hypothesis about why they lost, and then they proceed to eviscerate anyone who doesn't agree with the press opinion on why they lost. Spoiler alert, it's always, you weren't right-wing enough. The Tories haven't really been hauled in front of the British public and made to explain why they lost in excruciating detail. Part of this is because the press has suddenly, mysteriously, decided that focusing on the governing party is more important than focusing on the main opposition, which, weird.
Okay, they are meant to concentrate on the government, who is now Labour, who are meant to represent Labour, essentially, working people, the working class, the majority of the country. But they've basically been captured now. So they're meant to probably concentrate more on the government and still report on why the Tories lost 14 years of just stripping all the money out of the country, not funding it properly, putting it through austerity for 5 years, and essentially for some departments 9 years. So that only stopped about 5 years ago. If it stopped, really. Then straight into a pandemic, which Boris Johnson bluffed and didn't act quick enough. Even though who had been telling all the governments, saying you need to start doing testing, working on a vaccine, stuff like that. But no. He waited 2 months before doing anything, which contributed to the deaths of thousands of UK citizens. So we've been going through this since 2010 under the coalition, then 2015 with the Tories on their own. So the press should have been reporting on them constantly during those years, but no. Most of the people who are in that area of work, that section of society, the media class, fund the Tory party. Neoliberalism, isn't it fantastic?
How that works, but also because, and I say this with the maximum schadenfreude, every single potential Tory leader is a lightweight loser. So what I'm going to do is offer some hypotheses of my own, and part of it's going to be informed by press coverage, and we're going to try and categorize them so we can establish whether they really have explanatory power on their own or in combination with each other. So the first group are these kinds of mechanical arguments. The right-wing vote was split, and that fucks you in first past the post. Labour did especially well in swing seats. First past the post means that Labour just cleaned up, even though they did badly in terms of the popular vote and in raw votes. The second group are thoughts you might have when you look at the history of the UK and similar countries electorally. In the post-Thatcher world, each major party tends to get at least a decade in power. In liberal democracies that have competitive party systems, it's rare for political parties to be in power for so long, especially after major crises happen. The third are some of the few narratives you do see being offered that have a bit of a political dimension. People wanted change, so they voted for the other party. The impacts of austerity had become so far-reaching, they couldn't be ignored. Liz Truss caused an economic meltdown that probably would have happened eventually. She just poured kerosene onto the fire, but that's sort of a topic for a whole other day. Rishi Sunak was simply less popular than Keir Starmer. The public became aware of how poor the Tories' conduct in government was over the past few years and reacted negatively to that, which, yeah, that makes sense. Or Rishi Sunak decided to leave the D-Day memorial early. I want to say that if you believe any of these or a combination of these factors led to the election result, I don't think you're wrong. Like, if you think First Past the Post allowed a party which lost votes but went from being 10 points behind to 10 points ahead to win a massive majority, I obviously agree with that. Those mechanical arguments are more of an answer to the question, how, instead of, I was going to say a generated, but that feels a bit conspiratorial minded. If you were to combine these arguments, like, let's say you explain the election result by saying Rishi Sunak was really unpopular, causing the right-wing vote to split, and this fits with the post-Thatcher pattern of when governments lose power. I'd say that seems reasonably well thought out, but I'm going to play the annoying 5-year-old and ask you, why did all of those things happen? Because if you say to me, Rishi Sunak was less popular than Keir Starmer, I genuinely want you to explain why to me. For example, you might say that he reaped all of the unpopularity of the consequences of austerity and the Conservatives' general programme for the past 14 years. Great. But 1 million people had died prematurely because of austerity by 2019. Was it not wide-reaching enough then? Was some segment of the British public okay with it then, but changed their mind later? Might exist, almost certainly exists. I just don't think there's any great evidence that that's why the election result came out the way it did.
The most widely known and best psephologist here in the UK is a professor called John Curtis. He's a lecturer at Strathclyde University here in Glasgow. The man is amazing. He's been doing this for 40, well, maybe not 40, let's say 30 years he's been a psephologist and lecturer teaching this at university level, and obviously appearing on the BBC and other places to explain the polls to us, tell us why this is happening, how it could possibly go. He looks at patterns in society, polling intentions, things like that, and he works with polling companies like Savanta, YouGov, Survation, companies like that, and he analyses these. So that's what a psephologist does, and Professor John Curtis is our best known one. Every general election you are bound to see him more than likely on the BBC, but on other channels as well, explaining the polls and how losing the seat is an indicator for the overall performance of said party, be it Labour, Tory, SNP up here in Scotland, Liberal Democrats.
The Labour Party, and basically all of the political parties, because of low turnout, recorded fewer votes than in 2019. To just substantiate that there wasn't a massive segment of society that just caved and decided austerity was bad actually, or that some other thing the Tories did pissed them off, here's a YouGov analysis of how people voted at the election, and you can see plainly that fewer Conservative 2019 voters switched to Labour, the Lib Dems and the Greens combined than to Reform. Also, and I'm not going to go on about this right now, but it'll probably come up in a little bit, Labour were elected on an austerity manifesto. I'm left kind of unsatisfied with all of these, or combinations of these reasons and even ideas that I've seen that I've not put on here that I just know exist. You don't have to tell me about them, by the way. I know they exist. What I want to do is take this to the second order. Take Sunak's unpopularity, the impacts of austerity, Liz Truss immolating the economy, and fuck it, I'll say it, Partygate. People formed their opinions about these things not in a vacuum, but in a particular environment. I think back to the almost cyclical way that British parties have exchanged power in the post-Thatcher world. Free exchanges of power have occurred between the major parties, and they all happened in weirdly similar circumstances. Take 1997. Blair swept into power with a massive swing and lots of Tory voters just abandoning their party in favour of Labour and the Lib Dems and not voting. And this happened under the weight of huge personal scandals that occurred at the top of government, and the Tories being shredded under the weight of Black Wednesday. which is kind of too much of a thing to get into right now, but it basically marked the Tories as particularly economically incompetent and pretty much doomed them. So we have this combination of scandal that permeated a particular party, creating a bit of an anti-political mood, and economic mismanagement or perceived mismanagement leading to the annihilation of a governing party. This also came about with the press by and large deciding it was perhaps important and maybe unavoidable, given the way public opinion had turned, that they actually, tell the British public about these things over and over again, like John Major doing a whole social conservative thing and then his entire cabinet all tell others not to do. Name a more iconic duo. Just try. You just can't. Although, I guess it could be argued
what SK is saying here essentially, they preach for morality, family life, family home, being good in your family, 2.4 kids, stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. But they're all massive fucking hypocrites. A good few senior members of Major's government I don't kink shame, obviously, but they were caught in compromise. The photos were taken compromising situations and things like that. So massive hypocrites, and they've never been good with the economy most of the time, especially in the post-Thatcher era. So them saying they're good with the economy, utter bollocks. Don't believe them. They have never been good at running the economy. They're too busy strip mining it.
The changes it led to created a weirdly successful period of growth for the UK in the context of the past few decades. So if you think growth is a measure of success, there you go. But it wasn't enough for John Major to overcome getting absolutely annihilated. So fast forward to 2010. Nu metal went out of fashion and we were left with the consequences of it, like Hollywood Undead. Not great. And in the UK, we had the parliamentary expenses scandal, which, while it was cross-party, it really did do damage to the Labour Party in particular as the party of government, who could have simply, changed the expenses system. Stop me if that sounds familiar, by the way. Plus, we had the added bonus of the aftermath of the 2008 economic crisis, which, whether you think it was right or wrong, was mostly blamed on Labour. To summarise, in 2010 we have a political system operating under a major scandal that was undoubtedly known about to some degree prior to it being a news story, and another economic disaster that made people poorer. Yes, there were some additional factors like resentment over the Iraq War and the fact that the British press decided to bully an apology out of Gordon Brown for probably the one good thing he's ever said in his life, but it's hard not to notice a pattern emerging. Now, some of you are going to put your hands up real quick in the comments and say, "Oh, pick me, pick me, pick me. I want to tell you why this isn't a valid comparison." And I know the Tories didn't win a majority in 2010. They did go on to in 2015, but there are some reasons for that. But the reason they didn't in 2010 is that David Cameron couldn't really soften the image of the Tories enough, because Eton-educated, ham-faced posh boy doesn't exactly scream, "The Tory party has changed," and Cleggmania turned out to be a dud because, and I know this is going to be hard to hear for those of us who may have got caught up at it in the time, he was a dipshit and a Tory at heart. Plus, to be fair, Gordon Brown actually ran a decent campaign to avoid coming third. It was, however, Labour's worst electoral performance in terms of vote share and votes since 1983. I mean, arguably, it was the worst Labour performance since 1935, and still is, but some people are not ready to hear that or to have that conversation. Fast forward again to 2024.
I don't know why not. We've told them that. They should have listened. But no. So hell meant them. What Lib Dem should have done, they should have joined in coalition with Labour and not these ghouls. And here comes austerity. It was bloody brutal. Hundreds of thousands of us died needlessly. Especially people in In my this is what radicalised me even more. I was already radicalised by the Labour government back in '97. So this is where I really get angry at these scum.
Step was a thing for a while, and Korn did that album with Skrillex that was better than we remembered. And I went from a incredibly shy 16-year-old to 30-year-old chatting shy online. And for the first time in my adult life, the Conservative Party has lost an election. If you're not from the UK and you want a bit more background on this period of time, I mean, just all of my videos in general, but like I did a series of videos about the general election, helpfully organized into a playlist that will appear before you somewhere on the screen. And the one about the Conservatives will have more detail about this stuff. But once again, the Conservative Party had a series of scandals that tarred the entire party. I think my favorite one was the MP who got kidnapped. That was pretty funny. The serious one this time was Partygate, which was a series of scandals about parties held by the Prime Minister at the time, Boris Johnson, that broke the COVID-19 restrictions that he himself implemented. That was a whole genre of scandal with the Tories. I mean, just look at Matt Hancock. The shadow of this scandal was basically inescapable, as once the Tory party ditched Liz Truss, who we will talk about in a second, they picked Rishi Sunak to lead them, who was also implicated in the scandal. Perhaps a reflection of how shallow their bench was after over a decade in government, or that there was in fact a longer-standing structural issue with the party that someone could have reported on. Oh well, who knows? Then Liz Truss happened, and there's this tendency that even I engaged in where you divide the recent history of the Conservatives into like the pre-Liz Truss era and the post-Liz Truss era, as if the character of the institution massively changed overnight because they selected this unhinged cheese enthusiast to be their leader, which also leans into specifically blaming her for the market panic caused by her fiscal event or mini budget, whatever terminology you prefer, really. Now, this is where I have to do a very tentative defense of her, which I did in my video, where I mostly marveled at how shit she was. The issues that she exposed were effectively a series of time bombs that were laid by her predecessors, and she just so happened to cut the wrong wire on all of them, and they detonated in her face, which is her fault. She played the hand that she was dealt. To expect that government to lose an election, unless they're rigging the election, which I'm not saying they're doing here, but like, it's reasonable to expect them to lose. Something that's interesting is that these conditions, you know, scandal and economic difficulties have happened individually and simultaneously throughout the tenures of these governments. It even happened close to elections sometimes. Yet in the past 45 years, the government has changed hands 3 times. That's 11 elections and 3 changes of government. And while that might indicate that we exist in a particularly like stable period of British politics, no, we don't. We clearly don't. People were fighting in the River Thames during the EU referendum. Isn't a government at all. Which, you know, I'm a little bit jealous of that, given how having one is playing out for us, not gonna lie. All of this leads me to a question. If Britain has, as you'd expect, over such a long time, had moments of political scandal and economic difficulty, and periods where these have happened at the same time, but it has this remarkably stable party political system where leading parties get at least a decade in power, how does a government manage to lose in the UK? Like, what are the conditions? What was missing in, say, 2017? The most obvious answer is that the media environment changed. Why did it change? I have some speculation on that, best saved for a little later, but the short version is that while the British press is really partisan, they're also really good at bayoneting corpses, and the Tories were, especially after Liz Truss, dead on arrival. What I particularly noticed was less that the press was biased in one way or another, because, you know, it's the British press, of course, but that as a collective, a significant portion of them decided to...
I will just quickly explain here. The British press, especially the print media, newspapers, things like that, they're incredibly right-wing. Some of them are damn near fascist at times. So they usually side with the Tory party or ones like Reform or the Brexit Party or the UK Independence Party, parties of that ilk. There's barely any proper left-wing print media. There is online left-wing media that we can follow, but barely any left-wing print media here in Britain. It's mostly right-wing, owned by foreign nationals, oddly enough, including one said Australian, who will remain nameless. I would essentially kick him back down to Australia so he can carry on destroy his media empire started there, and he still owns quite a lot of broadcast and print media in Australia, and I would just send him back, revoke his visa, if he's even got one. So kick him out, break up the Sun and the Times that he owns, so we can get some more, I would hope, a little bit more progressive print media instead of the right-wing rags that we've been lumped with for the last 45 years, basically since I've been born, since I've been alive, when she came into power 3 months after I was born. Yeah. So I've only ever known Thatcher-esque politics for all of my life. It sucks. So I would get rid of him. Open up the print media landscape here in the UK. Make it so we've got a balance to neoliberalism, so we've got some more centre-left and left-wing media to actually criticise the governments we've been getting for the last sort of 15 years now, instead of this right-wing hellscape that we've got. Thank you. Let's carry on.
Accuracy or the personal conduct of MPs, and even the impacts of economic policies like austerity, especially as it related to the cost of living. Some of you who have watched the channel for a while might be a little confused, because whenever I talk about the British press, I talk about them as immovably biased. That's because I talk about the broad position of the professional media class as it relates to the politics that I, and hopefully you, but also it's not a big deal if you don't hold my politics for this, but that I aim to put forward to the public. When we're talking about Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak in the 2024 election, we're not talking about two fundamentally different politicians. They're both versions of attempted moderation in their party, and they both cave to right-wing pressure. When we have this situation where the two major parties are relatively close politically, and we have those conditions like economic problems and scandal, then we tend to see this noticing phenomena emerge. Almost as if it's filling up the space that politics has left absent. And I want to clarify something, which is how these facts are reported on outside of the noticing period. I'm not one of those people who says, oh, the press don't talk about this, and then you reference a press outlet. I think that there are some people who do that, and it makes you look kind of stupid. What I do think is that the press doesn't talk about it proportionally to how important an issue might actually report on. Well, but at least it was emphasized more in the traditionally anti-Tory media, like the Daily Mirror and the Guardian. Both weren't great at it, but at least if that was all you'd read, and it was, largely factual, and there were some opinion pieces that accompanied it, like if you'd read them, you may have got the sense that, this austerity thing's kind of bad, but that clearly wasn't enough, right? That didn't persuade the British public. Right-leaning outlets would naturally report on it less. Opinion pieces would focus on other issues like, I don't fucking know, people getting angry that they saw a person with darker skin than them in a local cafe. But the basic factual information is reported on in these papers. It would just be like a single article among a whole paper, and with the move to online news and 24-hour news cycle on TV, like, where is the room for a single story in a newspaper to cut through? Incidentally, this method of covering certain issues as just a single issue in the paper, whatever, who cares about it, right? It relegates its importance and it sort of confines political action around it to activists. And so anyone who actually cares about an issue comes off like an activist, which there's nothing wrong with. But caring about an issue had and perhaps still has a way of creating suspicion, like you're gonna get something you don't deserve out of it at the expense of someone else. Something to consider the next time you read media coverage describing someone as a trans rights activist or something like that. For it to dominate, like the sense of political catastrophe engulfing the Tories at the last election, you at least need some cooperation from the other side, and bear in mind that neither of these are my side, so like just understand that. It's notable that several newspapers switched their endorsements from the Conservatives or from no specific endorsement, which was reflected in the coverage leading up to and during the election. Like, if you were surprised that The Sun endorsed Labour, like if I did like, oh, I've got your nose to you, you'd actually believe that I've got your nose. Just to give some more examples, The Times and The Sun on Sunday, which is technically different, but let's be real, it's not, switched from Conservative to no endorsement, and other papers like the Sunday Times and the Financial Times just outright flipped to supporting Labour, having previously not done so, at least not in a long time. And this was obvious from their coverage. Like, you can't spring a partisan change like that on your audience. You have to prime them for it. The way to prime for this was to be more hostile or critical of the party and government, or to praise Labour. But to be honest, there wasn't really very much of that because there wasn't much to praise them about. Basically, what it needed was a basic agreement that whatever this iteration of government was, it had run out of road, and the issues like the cost of living had gotten too severe to ignore. When journalists and right-wingers are confronted with the basic fact that the press have partisan leanings, they tend to respond in a particular way, which is to act as if the press are just a force of nature, as if people and movements that they target with their ire and obsessive coverage are just caught up in something like an earthquake, something that no one can really help and no one can be held responsible for. Now, I want to be clear. I don't think that the various political editors of press outlets got together in a pub and over a few pints decided that it was Keir Starmer's turn to be the big boy in Downing Street. Because that doesn't explain occasions where public opinion has swung against press opinion. Like, the obvious example of this is the 2017 general election, where like every newspaper basically endorsed the Tories, and Labour did really well. Something the press has is it has a degree of control over the terrain an election is. Like the sky, sometimes it's just that blunt. Now, that's not to say that political parties are helpless to change that, or that there isn't real public interest in or concern about a topic. Political parties aren't stupid, even when they have leaders that we don't like. They know what issues are their strongest. Labour will always try to make elections about things like the NHS or education, and they'll try really hard to fight the election on that terrain. You don't have to be Julius Caesar to know that you should want to fight on the terrain that's favourable to you. You're not a mastermind for thinking of this. Only the terrain is in part out of the control of the political parties. If Labour want to talk about the NHS, but all anyone gives a shit about is immigration, that'll probably make people angrier at them and disadvantage them, because that's an issue the Tories are traditionally stronger on. In fact, immigration is a great example of this. If you look at the percentage of the electorate who fought or faced...
Yeah, trying to get the press to shut up about Brexit in the lead up to it, 2015, the vote itself was 2016, then look how much it drops over the next 2 to 3 years. Just, oh, we've got Brexit done now, woohoo, not noticing it. I was fed up with all the Brexit bloody headlines everywhere, irritating me. But that's the only thing they were focusing on. Look it up, it's called the Breaking Point poster. So you see Nigel Farage standing in front of it. And it was wrong. It was all lies. In that stupid bus. Leave the EU, 350 million a week back to the NHS instead of sending it to Brussels. Which didn't happen, oddly enough. Who'd have thunk it?
Focus on it again. you can look at this from issue to issue. Health has some pretty obvious reasons for its rise and falls, seasonality, and, you know, that whole pandemic thing. It's important. Who's going to think it matters outside of a dedicated group who are actually noticing things? Look, this is more me thinking out loud, this part, right? But wasn't it interesting that after a certain point there was suddenly a lot of noticing about Boris Johnson? Like, he went from he'll be Prime Minister in 2030 to out on his ass in the space of a few weeks. The terrain suddenly shifted. The Partygate scandal suddenly made personal conduct a very big fucking deal. And would you look at that, it turned out Boris Johnson was a dipshit all along. If only we could have known that before handing him a massive fucking majority. I don't know, that might have been pretty...
We already knew he was a dipshit and a liar who has done nothing but lie for his entire journalistic and political career. And the Tory party were surprised when he lied to them again and again and again. We were yelling at you, he's a fucking liar. But they barreled ahead with him as their PM.
Handy British press. None of this feels like a coincidence, that suddenly a yearning for normal politics once it had become convenient to ignore COVID led to some accurate and competent reporting on a party that was reported on almost a year before the scandal became a scandal. That's not to defend Boris Johnson, obviously, like, fuck that guy, but to condemn the press. Why do we only find out about these things or have issues given this level of focus when it seems way too convenient for the press? I want to offer two insights and hypotheses here. The why isn't the important part of this video, but I feel like I did you a disservice if I didn't at least offer a thought. Firstly, just as an example, it's been revealed that Labour have no plan to continue with the second stage of the Leveson inquiry, which is an inquiry into press standards. This has led to it being revealed that two traditionally right-wing papers, The Sunday Times and The Sun, who we've already mentioned, apparently endorsed Labour when they were given private assurances it wouldn't go ahead. Now, the general direction of their coverage at least suggested that they were going to abandon the Tories anyway, and The Sun kind of just likes to go where the wind is blowing so it can keep pretending it chooses election winners. But we can't rule out, like, naked self-interest and professional self-interest. If one party is obviously knackered and on the way out, well, you need to cultivate professional and perhaps less than professional relationships with the party coming in. No matter where you sit on the political spectrum, like, people like to hear, you know, exclusive shit. Like, if you're a journalist, that's what you do. Like, is this ethical and cool? Maybe not, but it'd be foolish not to consider it a factor here. Another is that even among the press entities that are partisanly aligned, they represent different tendencies and factions. Look, anyone who's had the misfortune of being in a British political party knows everyone fucking hates each other. Maybe even more than, like, the people outside of their party. This all leads me to my final thoughts. I don't think that if you think that list of reasons I showed you all the way back earlier in the video are sufficient to explain the election result, that you're wrong. But I do believe that thinking about how we get to these circumstances is important. Like, I wonder what it says about the UK, that even though a lot of the underlying conditions are endemic, that we seemingly give every party a solid decade in power. Are we destined to be Homer Simpson and his rancid sandwich forever? Or is there something else compelling us, a force beyond a lot of our immediate control? I'm not saying that the press decided the last election. There are times where press opinion has clattered into public opinion and shattered, like Change UK. What I'm saying is they help create the conditions for this kind of stunning defeat of the Tory party, and that they especially impact their fortunes specifically. Which makes me wonder if this is okay. Is this okay? Is this good? Is this fine, actually? I think a democracy that only changes government when the stars align, and one of those stars is that the press suddenly decides to do its fucking job, is one where we're entitled to wonder about the health of that democracy. Or maybe it is fine that the most inbred, distrusted, and unrepresentative profession in the country gets to decide when the opposition gets a go in government. Who can say? I need to thank my proofreader, my partner. She really had to put up with a weird bit of this script. I also need to thank Emma, who did the thumbnail for this. Just excellent work, as always. I need to thank the people, the wonderful people who are top tier patrons and are members on YouTube, including Drone Riff, Mercutio Kerseyscheider, John N. and Liron, and also the YouTube members, Nadir Jiwa, Katie Marshall, and Roger Zugi. Zugi? Is that right? I guess that's right. That's what we're going with. Sorry if that's not how you say it. My apologies. But yeah, if you want to shout out, if you want to get early access to the videos, if you want to vote on the topic of the videos, like this video was decided by popular vote, then you have to go join the Patreon or the membership program here. But yeah, that's pretty much it, everyone. I'm done yapping for the night, honestly. So bit of a lighter one this time, but it was fun. I hope people liked it and got something out of it. But yeah, all right, everyone. I'm gonna catch you all on the next one, and yeah, hope you all enjoyed it. Take it easy. Bye bye. Also remember to like and subscribe. I keep forgetting to say that. Like and subscribe. Do it. Do it now. Okay. Bye.
Okay. Screen capture. There we go. You get to see my big beautiful face for a bit. Okay, wasn't that great? Thank you, Sinan. That was amazing. The great noticing and how useless our fucking press is here in the UK. I would get rid of the lot of them. Well, thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy this. And I will catch you all in my next stream. Bye.